The following is a presentation of The Day.
It's a hot, sunny afternoon on the campus of Waterford High School, and we are proud to present ECC Lacrosse, the championships of both the boys and the girls, and all the action will be live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by Foxwoods Resort Casino. Visit foxwoods.com to find out about all the new and exciting events planned this spring. Foxwoods, the wonder of it all. Casey O'Neill, along with the coach, Ray Lafort, glad to have you back. Our annual foray into the world of lacrosse. We've got the number 1 East Lyme Vikings and the number 2 Stonington Bears, and we are about ready to kick off here in the boys lacrosse final.
After a dreary spring, frost in the last 2 weeks, we stumble on the nicest day so far. It's getting ready to crank up a beautiful weekend.
Yeah, I mean, this is Memorial Day weekend, and the weather is accommodating. It's been a long time since we've had a championship week in the ECC without a day of rain to kind of throw a monkey wrench into things, and every day this week has been beautiful, and it's going to be beautiful tonight. You got the softball over at Griswold. You've got lacrosse here. Tomorrow night, baseball at Dodd Stadium, and it looks like Mother Nature will accommodate. Here tonight, in the first of our doubleheader, it's the same 2 schools in both the boys and the girls final, and in both finals, East Lyme, the favorite, Stonington looking for an upset, but we'll talk more about the girls a little later on. In this particular one, Stonington's had their way with just about everybody this year. 2 losses, 1 to Morgan, but the other to this East Lyme team. So while this East Lyme team's record of 10-7 might not be something that stands out, what does stand out is how they've dispatched ECC teams pretty regularly throughout the year.
Well, East Lyme is, still at this point the gold standard program in the region. They have got players on their team that come up through the youth system and play freshman or JV lacrosse at East Lyme, and then they're a junior and a senior, and they're ready to contribute in the ECC championship. So, I mean, to me, we've done this almost a gazillion times. East Lyme's been here every time.
It does feel that way. Now, they survived what was described by Mike DeMauro as a bloodbath in the semifinal against Waterford. So we're going to see if there's any, fatigue in the legs. Now, Stonington wins the face-off, and that's of note. You're going to hear me say that a lot. Will French is a fabulous face-off master for Stonington, and he went up against Jake Correa, who is only a sophomore, and Correa, the fine face-off person for East Lyme, did not win that one, and now we see Ellen Tenney in possession for Stonington. Quick shot by Ben Massengale, sails high. Possession will stay with Stonington.
So East Lyme opens up the night. They're in man defense. And to me, at this stage of the game, it's always interesting if the matchups the coach thinks will hold up actually do hold up, and then the adjustments that come as the game trickles down and time comes off, and we have to see what matchups are truly solid for East Lyme and where they need help.
You're going to hear the names Massengale, Ellen Tenney, Mahoney, and then, of course, Big Ty Semeo, the main stick handlers for East Lyme. Ellen Tenney is very adept. He's a goal scorer. Expect him to get involved early.
Well, it looks to me early on that Stonington's trying to get topside with their right-handed players coming off that high left wing. They have a nice complement with Massengale here sitting as the left-handed shooter, which really sort of gives the whole offense a little bit of ability to gel.
So Stonington possessed for a little while, was never able to get a real shot on goal. A couple sailed wide and high, and now East Lyme will come out of their own end. Working through the goalie, Spencer Sherman.
So Stonington's in a man ride. Every East Lyme target was marked but the goalie. I'm curious to see over the course of the game if the pressure gets amped up a little bit to maybe include the goalie in the ride.
Keating possessed for East Lyme. Working it towards the middle, Jack Campbell. Puts it on the turf, picked up, and a big hit on Sager.
I would say Stonington got away with a slash right there. So it looks like the referees, in the old lacrosse adage, maybe they're going to let the boys play.
Brady Mullen, the long stick, came out of it for Stonington. And now Stonington will have its second crack at it here in the early part of the first period.
So Alan Tenney steps on clearly as an offensive midi. Stonington really had no intent of keeping him as a two-way midi. So through the course of the night, maybe Stonington's not really a transition team.
And Alan Tenney lights the lamp, as we would say. First goal of the game at 8:56 in the first. Stonington jumps on top 1-0. And we know Cam Alan Tenney can score. We've seen it for a couple of years. And he went low that time and just ripped and beat Sherman, and 1-0 Bears.
So Cam sort of split dodges down the left alley and never really triggers a slide from East Lyme. And I would think as the day goes on, the slide's going to come quicker and quicker as number 6 initiates offense.
French will control, and that's going to be whistle, and it will stay East Lyme as French bodied his man.
So East Lyme waiting. All the subs are now on the floor, and we're at 6v6.
Morales working on French. Picked up by White. White in front. Good look. Shot sails high.
On the initial dodge, Stonington slid very early. As soon as the dodge was initiated, the slide was on.
Sager, and a nice save made by Whitman of Stonington as Sager let a low short hop on goal. East Lyme will maintain possession. Up top it goes again. Gavin White spins right. Well defended. He's got the long stick of Mullen on him, so he dumps it back off to Reagan Pierce.
So everything so far from East Lyme is very middle central. Really showing that they have the faith in their players to go right or left.
Shot and a goal. Gavin White, the sophomore, spun left and fired stick side low and beat Whitman, and we are all tied at 1 with 7:19 remaining here in the first.
You know, early on in the sets, East Lyme has a number of players hanging around the crease, so the dodger really has access to both sides, right, left, both alleys. So I would think as the day goes on, Stonington might want to trigger even a little quicker with their slide and maybe force East Lyme to pass the ball into what's a jammed up crease.
Great job by Correa battling with French, but French never gives up on it, and it'll be whistled out of bounds. It will be East Lyme possession. Will French was not quitting on it, but it couldn't get there in time. White waiting for Aiden Patterson to get into his spot. Puts it on back to Keating. Keating now runs left. Little pick in front, and a nice job by the keeper, Whitman, but nice pick. I like that pick by East Lyme.
But that's what I was getting at. The ball was sort of forced into the crease, and Stonington was fortunate they got a turnover because there really wasn't really nice, clean passing lanes to sort of jam the ball into someone's stick in there.
Gonna get it into the hands of Ellen Tenney.
Now, I'm not thinking that this is the matchup that East Lyme wants with Ellen Tenney with a short stick defender, unless they're going to go super early with the closest pole to him.
Leo gets long stick to the right, kind of shadowing Ellen Tenney. Now he drops. Very patient are the Bears.
14.
Another set. Here comes a high screen from Massengale.
So East Lyme preferring to keep the matchup of the pole on the lefty Massengale rather than get the easy switch to Ellen Tenney.
Looks like Gavin White will maintain the assignment on Ellen Tenney.
And I'll even dovetail. This is a very long possession right now by Stonington.
And we're going to get a flag.
Okay, so that possession right there is towards 2 minutes without a real shot. And a number of leagues across the country are adopting the college rules. Some of the big leagues in the Baltimore region are playing with the 60-second shot clock in order to get some offense. So if Stonington wants to take the air out of the game and keep it an 8-7 game, and they can continue to win face-offs, they actually can push all the buttons to make that happen right now because of the shot clock.
Shot
or the lack of.
By Massengale, and a brilliant save by Sherman. I'm going to get back to that point in a moment because there's a fundamental difference in lacrosse that you just mentioned, which is the face-off. You know, in basketball, which is what everyone normally equates with the shot clock, there's not a jump ball after every possession. You know, imagine if you had a 7'5" kid who could jump it after every time. You just get the possession and hold on to it. That's what Stonington effectively does, where they have an elite face-off guy in French, and then they're going to hold on to the ball as long as possible. I think they would like 8-7, and that's why every goal that they get is so important. East Lyme obviously wants to push tempo, but it brings to the conversation, can the small school beat the big school without, strategy involved in perhaps something like taking as much time off the clock as possible? 60 seconds. They just had it for what, you said 2 minutes? So half the time before they have to get a shot off?
Well, for us dinosaurs who like sports, we know that Princeton basketball was indeed a factor forever with the four-corner offense and just trying to get it to be a 35-33 game. So they were always considered, the David to the Goliath. So I think the no shot clock and winning faceoffs, this is a dead even draw game right now, no matter how big the high school Stonington's playing.
And I get where East Lyme would come from. They'd say, hey, listen, we're the most talented team. Give us a chance to demonstrate that. So I like it's fodder for a good conversation. For all of you lacrosse enthusiasts out there, if you want to go on our social media, Game Day CT, and let us know what you think about the possibility of a lacrosse shot clock, we would love to hear from you. Good spin by Sager in front. Sager still has control.
East Lyme doing a nice job all over that ground ball. They maintain possession, and they are being very patient.
Patterson behind the net. It goes to Campbell, and they'll swing it around to Sager. East Lyme being very deliberate in this possession as well.
With the score being 1-1, Stonington's really not eager to press out and to sort of initiate defense here. East Lyme's really content moving the ball on the perimeter, and as Stonington's saying, well, eventually you're going to throw the ball away.
Sager had a nice look, ripped low, stick side, but Whitman was there. But it stays with East Lyme, and we're down, believe it or not, to 2:15. And a turnover here. Stonington will come out of it. Making the run is Mahoney. Mahoney showing speed up the middle. In front. Great look and a goal. Beautiful look. Mahoney to Simeo, and the Bears jump on top 2-1.
So that's sort of what I was getting at. Stonington sat back and sort of said, well, can you throw it 40 times in order to get the shot you want. And eventually that whole string of offense by Stonington is spurred on by a defensive turnover. And then Mahoney carrying the ball well up the field. A nice jump dodge right there in the middle of the field, showing a lot of athleticism. And bang, bang, 2 passes later, the score is 2-1.
Well, Sameo presents such a huge target. We watched him in the pregame, and it was a pretty easy pass for Mahoney to make. He was one-on-one with a huge size advantage, just went up and got it, and it was like watching the center in the post. Once he got it, there was nothing the defender could really do. French wins the faceoff, makes a run. Good hit from behind. Mahoney has it for the Bears.
Nate Mahoney there with a really big ground ball off the turnover from French. So Stonington's going to keep the ball. They're up 2-1, and now they have a chance to make it a 2-goal game.
1:45 remaining here in the first. New defensive assignment on Ellen Tenney. It'll be Fabian Riley's turn.
So Riley now giving an attempt to maybe shut off Ellen Tenney, and Ellen Tenney just sort of shoves him and gets the ball. So we're right back to where we were about 4 minutes ago.
In the middle, good look, shot, and the goal for Stonington, Ethan Mahoney. Bears up 3-1. I don't know that they could have drawn it up any better for a start with 1:18 remaining in the first.
Ellen Tenney goes from left to right, draws the slide off the left-handed offensive player. Ball gets rerouted down the side. A second slide shows up, and they have a free stick in Mahoney in the middle, who makes a nice athletic move and goes to his left, and next thing you know, it's 3-1.
And now you got Will French back out there again, taking the face-off against Correa. And I think Stonington would be very content going right in 3-1.
Now East Lyme on that far wing decided that their defender on the wing was not going to go hip to hip on the Stonington wing player. Basically, French knows now that if he wins the clamp, he can just move the ball down the wing, and it's an uncontested ground ball. I'm not sure that East Lyme wants to do that for the rest of the night.
Yeah, it gives French an easier option on how to win the face-off. Because I think you're right. I think he's the stronger in the clamp, and then he's just going to have to sweep it back. East Lyme with one last look here, I think, before the period ends. They're looking for a good look in the middle. Campbell. Morales now.
So you're down to 25 seconds.
Morales makes a run, looks in front, save, still in front, and a goal! Drew Sager off the rebound with 15 seconds remaining. And I'm going to go back to Stonington wins the faceoff with 40-some-odd seconds remaining, and Massengale elects to rip a shot. I'm almost wondering, I thought for sure they would hold and look
for
to
the
try
last shot.
Yeah, and say we're going to go in 3-1 or nothing worse. I mean, that's goals like that.
Well, that right there that's the ultimate backbreaker. That's a garbage goal off a rebound.
Yes.
Right? I mean, which really, sometimes it's sort of pot luck that your guy's right there and East Lyme's sitting right there. And it looked to me like, was it Seeger that picked it up?
Yes. 15 seconds remaining. I mean, it just right. French wins the face-off. Sameo, Massengale. Time to get it one shot off, and they won't get a shot off. And we are at the end of one period. It's been a good one so far. Stonington 3-2 over East Lyme. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. Game Day is a production of The Day Publishing Company. If you'd like to support Game Day and help us continue to bring you the best in Connecticut high school sports, please consider purchasing a print or digital subscription to The Day at theday.com/subscribe.
The Day strives to cover stories our readers care about. With a feature called Curious CT, we make it easier for you to tell us what you want to know about the people, places, and issues in southeastern Connecticut. You submit a question, readers vote, and we investigate and report. Go to theday.com/CuriousCT for more details. You ask, you vote, we investigate.
A late first period goal for East Lyme draws them to within one, 3-2 Stonington, as we are getting ready to start second period action in the ECC Boys Lacrosse Championships. Of course, after this, we'll have the ECC Girls Lacrosse Championships, also between Stonington and East Lyme. So it is a Bear Viking final tonight. Had a lot of Stonington yesterday as well, as we did the ECC Tennis Championships. We had a Waterford Girls Champion and a Fitch Boys Champion, both over Stonington. And the Stonington boys and girls both took home the doubles championships, including the Stonington girls, who beat the other Stonington girls for the doubles championship. So it's been a lot of Bears over the past couple of days here on game day.
And you know the Bears are my favorite.
Yes, different Bears. You're more of a shoreline, more of a river bear.
No,
Thames River Bear.
We went with a high-level marketing firm, and we are actually a Kodiak bear.
Really?
Yes, the fiercest of all bear species.
Coast Guard, Kodiak. I get that.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Well, you know, the first quarter took all of 19 minutes in actual real time, right? A 12-minute quarter only had 7 minutes of fluff. You got 3-2 score, so there's only 6 face-offs taken. This game is really moving.
And I think the officials have indicated early, too, that they're going to let them play a little bit, which I think lets the game flow. I like the way the game's breathing right now. Ripped shot from Ellen Tenney.
So the ball got hoovered. We call that a hoover. Got hoovered into the goalie's gear. Got vacuumed right up. Stuck in the goalie's chest pad. And now we have East Lyme on a clear.
That happened to me, you know, when I went to face the East Lyme team in practice, and I got to play goalie, and James McCoy ripped that 100-mile-an-hour shot at me. I just heard thwack, and the ball was stuck in my gear. And
is your insurance company still approving the
No,
psychiatrist lessons?
It's funny
the talks.
They'll approve this. They approve the therapy, but they're no longer approving the physical activities that I'm getting involved in.
You've been curtailed. So a little tighter on the D. Now East Lyme looks like they're playing more of a 5-man kind of package. They have Cam Alentani now locked off by Luke Salon. And, you know, pretty effective because Alentani doesn't touch the ball that last set. So maybe East Lyme wants to play 5v5 for a little while and put him on ice.
And since he's not a two-way midi, he doesn't touch it. Now he's off, and it feels like you dodge a bullet every time he's on the sideline. So,
well, if your best player, there we go, 3-3.
Keating with the goal for East Lyme. We're tied up at 3. Senior Jack Keating bounce shot beats Whitman, and just like that, back-to-back Viking goals have us tied.
So, you know, a little coaching adjustment because in the beginning of the first quarter, first 7 minutes, Alentani could do what he wanted, and now he doesn't get a touch. Now we're at 3-3. Interested still to see here the face-off wings if they go hip to hip. So now Coach White has him back to hip. So now we're back to a one-on-one at the face-off where he has really limited wing play.
French wins, heads down the middle, rips a shot, and wide it sails, but Semeo was closest, and Stonington will get Ellen Tenney on. And Ellen Tenney will once again be hounded by Salon.
So now the ball's in Massengale's stick, and now we're back to seeing Ethan Mahoney with the ball. And Ellen Tenney got it again, and I think he almost got it too easy.
Heads left.
But I like this. East Lyme's got a slide loaded up really early as Ellen Tenney went to create really any kind of offensive kind of initiation.
Semeo banged by Getz. That's a physical battle right there. Leo Getz and Tyler Semeo.
So potentially now in this huddle, the East Lyme defensive staff is talking about letting Semeo carry the ball more, which doesn't look like that's what he does the most, and keeping the ball away from Elenteni and making other people initiate. So I like that, and I think for a period of time, that could really take an offense out of their rhythm, maybe 2 or 3 sets down the court, and you really haven't done the things that you have done to get you to this point and part of the season.
One of the things you and I talked about every year that we both enjoy so much is the chess match, right? The response to the adjustment, The adjustment that East Lyme just made, early slide on Elenteni. It's clear they've determined they're not going to let Elenteni just, dodge and dip there. So they're bringing their pressure out higher, sliding earlier, and like you said, allowing Sameo to carry a little more. They don't seem very concerned about Massengale left side high. So they've made their adjustment. Stonington has not had a real good shot since they've made that adjustment. So let's see what Stonington does.
But in the same chat, Massengale had the ball in his stick, and he moved the ball on. So he now has to step into a space where he's going to start the offense. So see, even showing right here, Stonington's showing that they want Elenteni to start the offense. And I think Massengale should just get a pick and just go to the rack. So they want to here go to a short stick, and he's being defended by Patterson right here, who's on ball right now for East Lyme.
Yep, Mahoney has it for Stonington. Nice job. Let's fly, and somehow beats Sherman for the goal. I don't think anybody saw that one coming, and certainly Spencer Sherman, the East Lyme goalie, was disappointed in that. 4-3 Bears.
The combination of the sun right now makes a little glare on the field. And, we're not talking about, tea and crumpets. We're talking about stopping a lacrosse ball that's going over 85 miles an hour. And so if your goalie's a little late, and it also looked like in that space that Mahoney's shot was maybe deflected by a defender's stick. So now you have a little bit of the hockey effect. You're almost getting a rebound.
Not for nothing, it's a little bright for tea and crumpets too. Just saying, I wouldn't.
Well, I would need sunglasses.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to eat my crumpets in a glare like that. Another face-off win by French. Good look in the middle, wide open look, and a goal! Mahoney goes back-to-back for the Bears, and they're back on top 5-3. Face-off win by French. Mahoney with a clear run beats Sherman, and the Bears 5-3.
But my eyes saw Mahoney to Mahoney, because French gets the ball out of his stick down the right wing. Mahoney takes the ball and sends it right back to the Mahoney who's on the wing. That's pretty cool.
And it's such an advantage for Stonington. You get a little momentum, and then you got Will French taking your face off, feeling pretty confident. I talked with both the Bacon Academy face-off specialist as well as Montville's Gavin DeLucia does the face-offs there. And I said, how frustrating does it get when you just get beat? You're getting beat every time. And I know it from other sports, right? A guy just keeps putting a fastball by it. No matter what adjustment you make, he just keeps getting it by it, And they said, he's so good, and just got to work, every single one. You got to try to, give him different looks and try to do something a little different. But yeah, they said it's after a while, it mentally wears on you to just, if you get beat constantly.
Well, in the face-off world, too, there's also a point in time where you're just not going to win that. So then, as the coach, you have to say, well, if they're going to win the face-off, they're not going to generate any offense from it. So even if you could go down and play a set of D and then clear, you'll be fine. But if they're making offense, and right now, the last two, French has won the ball backwards towards his own goalie. But the East Lyme wings are converging on him, and Stonington is getting a player what we would call over the hump on East Lyme. French, on the last ball, he threw the ball away. But if he connected, he's actually making a 5v4 for Stonington that's going to last about 20 yards.
So East Lyme's eventually going to be, faced with the question whether or not they want to approach, it's almost accepting the face-off loss and instead getting right into defense off of it.
Get into defense and have your best people out there and play tough D and see if you can clear. And that moves the ball, that sort of kicks the can down the road.
Big hits here on the near side.
So it looks like an illegal body check by Stonington.
Looks like Brady Mullen.
So they go push. Okay. So 30 doesn't cost Stonington all the marbles.
Sorry, Benny.
So 7:40 remaining here in the half. 5-3. Stonington on top.
So Stonington right now is in a 3-3 man up, and they just drop one behind, so now it's an open set.
Beautiful look and an easy goal. Sawyer Tighe right in front. 7:30 makes it 5-4.
If you're Stonington's man down unit, you're kicking yourself a little bit right now because you really didn't make East Lyme make enough passes to get a shot that tight. They got a shot, at the pipe, within 2 passes on a simple one simple formational switch. If I'm East Lyme, I'm going to try that again because that's as simple as it gets. I would think Stonington this next time is going to make East Lyme work a little harder.
Get that ball.
Out of the pack, Stonington has possession. Nathan Mahoney looking for Ellen Tenney to start the offense. And Ellen Tenney from the top, heads right. Rips. Oh, and that hit the pipe.
Get the ball.
So that shot was about from 18 yards outside the hashes.
Nice job, Luke.
Gets long stick. Into the slot it goes.
So East Lyme successfully defends and clears. And this is going to be the recipe for their success.
Good job, Leo. Come on, Regs.
Reagan Pierce dumps it down and behind the net. East Lyme content working the perimeter. Here comes a run from White. Fires high. It'll stay with the Vikings.
So East Lyme sets a simple high ball pick, and Stonington does not get a good switch. I would expect to see more of that. If you can get a shot like that inside of 10 yards, I think you're going to keep going back to that well.
Sager with the ball. Now he gives it up to White, who has it knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with East Lyme. White will possess for East Lyme. Tighe behind the net. Here comes White. Now Sager in front. Has a man. Beautiful save made by Whitman. Point blank. Reagan Pierce got hit from behind and drew the flag. Looks like Jackson Hayes, the long stick for Stonington. So back to 5:30 remaining here, and East Lyme looking to capitalize, tie this at 5. Patterson. Campbell, and behind the net to Tighe.
So back 1-3, 1-4-1 for the set right now for East Lyme. So expect a shooter to pop out. Here's a double ball pick down. So they're back to the 1-3-2 set that got them the goal last.
Ripped wide from White.
That's the shot Stonington wants you to take. That shot's from almost 18 yards out and man up. So of all the shots you're going to give up, that's the one.
All right, they successfully take care of the penalty. So Massengale heads back onto the turf for Stonington, even strength.
So East Lyme got off one shot in the last man up for 30 seconds. Nice job sliding and recovering for Stonington. East Lyme really generated not much on that last set right there.
Sager, nice move in front, jump, shoots, and save made by Whitman. And a turnover as Cooper Light was out of bounds. Now they're reversing that call, and looks like we're going to get a timeout with 4:20 remaining here in the second period. 5-4, Stonington on top of East Lyme. Now, if you look at the Stonington schedule this year, they went 15-2 during the season. And you'd say, how are they the number 2 seed? Well, because they're a lower division than East Lyme. They lost to Morgan in a close one. And they lost 13-5 East Lyme. So they've already equaled their goal total from the first time they played East Lyme back in the middle of the season. Outside of those 2 losses, not a lot of real close ones. I mean, they had, a fairly close one with NFA, right, 11-10, and a 12-10 with Fitch earlier. But for the most part, Stonington has defeated its teams pretty handily. East Lyme, I'm curious about the East Lyme loss to Fitch. They lost 12-11 to Fitch, and it stands out only because all their other losses, Daniel Hand, Guilford, Notre Dame, Xavier, Conard, North Haven, all powerhouse out-of-conference teams. Yeah. And then this one Fitch loss, which kind of just stands out for me. So I got to wonder what happened on May 9th.
I'm going to give you my assessment of the Fitch loss. All the kids had an AP test that day. It's a Tuesday. You have no idea who's studying for AP Calc or AP US History. But those tests were all lumped up in a 2-day sequence, and I got to think that's the same time frame my daughter had hers. And it looks to me, when people say to me, Coach, what's the last thing you want? Well, the last thing I want is a road game on a Wednesday night. My guys woke up at 5:30. Why do I want that? These kids might have been studying till 5:30. How do you know?
That's a great point. Because it does stand out. It just doesn't fit with the rest of the results. A day where Stonington just didn't have their best game. East Lyme, everybody else in the conference they handled well. And they beat Fitch 19-10 the other time they played them. So yeah, I'll go. AP sounds as good a reason as any.
Sometimes I take lacrosse schedules and I cut them in half, and I take the first half of the season and sort of throw it away. Everyone's kind of trying to see what they are and understand their new people. And really, the last 3 weeks of the season really is the team you are. So even the 15-5 win that East Lyme put on, or 13-5 win that East Lyme put on Stonington, a month and a half ago, it really doesn't bear out that much on this day.
So right now we've got another timeout. We're still 5-4, and I think right now Stonington's got to feel pretty good about not just where they are, 5-4 with 3:14, but this reminds me a little bit of where we were in the first quarter, right? Where Stonington had the lead, got possession, was doing such a good job being deliberate. I think they're in the same boat right now. I think if they get a possession here with 2 minutes remaining, they should be super deliberate. They should want to roll into halftime, no worse. 5-5's got to be the worst it can be.
Well, I think East Lyme has quickly righted the ship. We've got this low score, and the face-offs have all of a sudden not been a factor. They have successfully rode Stonington a number of times now, and Stonington's best player hasn't really been a factor in the last quarter. Mm-hmm. So those things considered, I think going into halftime, Stonington had a shot to pour on a little bit more of a lead.
Yes.
And right now this thing is basically a 0-0 game.
And with East Lyme in possession, trying to tie it up, who knows? They could even go into the half with the lead. Good spin. Morales on the turf, battling anybody's ball. Who wants it? Morales comes out with it for the Vikings. Good slip.
So that's the ground ball of the game so far. You know, Morales showed a lot of grit right there. That was a pile of 5 humans, and he comes out with it.
Gets it back to Gavin White. White's going to try to make a run. Stutter steps, heads left, dumps, shot, save Whitman. In front, rebound, juicy, loose. Anybody's ball. And possessed and corralled by Whitman. Here come the Bears with 2 minutes remaining. Here comes Ellen Tenney back on for Stonington. And Massengale will run the offense for the Bears.
So they're bringing a pick. Ellen Tenney is becoming the pick. Gives Massendale a little breathing room.
Oh, great stuff in front on the point-blank shot from Mahoney. It's going to stay with Stonington, 1.5 minutes remaining. That was a great chance for the Bears. Big save by Sherman. Ellen Tenney. Long stick on him, gets a little screen. Behind the net, Sameo. Turnover, East Lyme will have it with 1:15 minutes remaining.
Stonington actually got what they wanted. Ellen Tenney picked up the ball off the end line after being shut off. Generated some offense. They doubled him. He throws the ball back to the picker, who has no one on him, and the slide has to rotate. A good pass there generates a shot at 8 yards.
Guys, you gotta move off ball.
So under a minute, 5-4.
.55 seconds remaining. East Lyme trying to get this thing tied up as we head into the half. Stonington has not trailed, trying to hold on to this lead. Good look in front, shot goes just wide, ripped by Campbell. It'll stay with
East Lyme should go back to that. They draw an adjacent slide and they come off the shooter of East Lyme. Stonington goes early. I think East Lyme should do that again.
Keating possesses and fires wide. Down to 27 seconds remaining.
Keating sort of dipping to his right, dipping to his left. Every dip he made, he gained a yard closer to the cage right there. 20 seconds in the quarter.
Pierce, back up top it goes to White. White with a long stick on him, spins right, goes back left, nice move, shot and deflected by Whitman. And on the run here, Stonington, one last look. Sameo. And that'll bring us to the half. And we are 5-4. Stonington on top of East Lyme. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The Day strives to cover stories our readers care about. With a feature called Curious CT, we make it easier for you to tell us what you want to know about the people, places, and issues in southeastern Connecticut. You submit a question, readers vote, and we investigate and report. Go to theday.com/CuriousCT for more details. You ask, you vote, we investigate.
Game Day is a production of The Day Publishing Company. If you'd like to support Game Day and help us continue to bring you the best in Connecticut high school sports, please consider purchasing a print or digital subscription to The Day at theday.com/subscribe. You can purchase a digital download of tonight's game or any of our live broadcasts at Vimeo On Demand. For details, head to vimeo.com/ondemand/GameDayCT. Halftime of the ECC Boys Lacrosse Championship, and Stonington holds on to a slim 5-4 lead over East Lyme. And I'm joined, no stranger to these championship games. Name said more than a few times, Caleb Holdridge. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. What have you been up to?
Nothing much right now. Got my 30 days of leave before start up some work at the academy, then head down to Pensacola for some flight school.
Nah, man, that's not surprising that you're going to be going to flight school. I kind of picture you look like you should have the aviators on, but just talk a little bit about how your experience at Coast Guard's been so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely grateful for my 4 years there. It's a place where I make a lot of memories, great experiences. I think it's uncomparable to any other college experience you can get, just from having the best friends through going through the mud together, and then also just the summer experiences too. It's unlike any other.
So go back with me for a while, because I remember when you first got here. So it's not like you grew up in Waterford with, Coast Guard right there. Your journey to get to southeastern Connecticut was a little different than most anyway. So go back to where you grew up and how you ended up here and how you ended up at Coast Guard.
For sure. So grew up in Texas, kind of picked up lacrosse from visiting my uncle up here at a college camp. Got us into the sport, and then we found a local team down in Texas. And obviously you have the big three sports with baseball, basketball, and especially football. So lacrosse, small community there. And like you didn't see the real first recruiting classes until probably 2018 or 2017 with Nakai Montgomery. But going into high school and through middle school, had to travel up to Maryland, up northeast to the west for a lot of tournaments to get that kind of exposure to that high level lacrosse. And then going into high school, junior year, my mom moved up here with my mom, played at Waterford High, still play with my travel team back in Texas, but got the full CT experience, ECC lacrosse experience. Grateful for that. And then getting acquainted, introduced Coach LaForte for Coast Guard Academy. He introduced me to the culture because back in Texas, Coast Guard, something you didn't really hear about, kind of being towards the inner part of Texas, something that was unfamiliar to me, but he got me on campus, got me to do a lot of cadet for a day experiences, and it was a big decision to make, but something that I realized that if I want to make the most out of my college experience, come out a better person than I was before, it was probably the right decision.
And what do you think lacrosse did influenced you toward those decisions, towards getting it? Obviously it helped get you to Coast Guard, but just talk a little bit about what lacrosse did for you as a person towards what you want to do with your life.
Definitely. Lacrosse is a sport where you can learn many lessons. The reason I feel like I stuck with it through 15 plus years is it's the most creative game you can play. It's like basketball where you have set plays, etc., but at the same time, like hockey, where you're given a stick and you can do a lot of different stuff than just with a ball, comparatively. But through my experiences at Coast Guard, it's a different environment, especially with where the team was coming in. It was still a relatively new program. We just hit our 9-year mark for a varsity program, and seeing the team from where it was 4 years ago to now we're kind of making the huge strides as a conference too. We're getting mentioned with on the same level as, say, NESCAC teams. It teaches you a lot. It's hard to deal with adversity through just having the cadet life with extracurricular of lacrosse. You really learn how to balance that and also just learn from that.
So as a Wesleyan guy, I got a chance to witness NESCAC lacrosse. So I understand just how competitive that level is, and to be in that same breath and to compete with those kinds of schools is definitely a compliment to where the Coast Guard program is and will continue to go. Also, being in southeastern Connecticut give you an opportunity to stay close and plugged in with the Lancers. Have you been able to sort of stay a part of the program while you've been at Coast Guard?
Not as much as what I like, but I'm always keeping in contact with my cousin CJ. Unfortunately, right now he's got his wrist, but he's been doing great stuff, especially after last year as a freshman, putting up some numbers too.
So coming out here and getting a chance to see, does it feel like yesterday, or does it feel like 100 years ago that you were out there, scoring goals and running around on this turf?
It's definitely bringing back some distant memories, I feel like. But no, I enjoy seeing everybody out there I get together with Cam sometimes during our breaks just to get some shots up. But yeah, it's awesome seeing this again.
So you're going to head down to Pensacola for flight school. What ultimately do you want to, what do you want to be in 5 years?
Where I'm at in 5 years, I got 2 to 3 years down in Pensacola, and then leaning towards helicopters, see if I can fly those. But either way, excited for helicopters, fixed wings, just whatever, just be a part of the aviation community is awesome.
Is that something that you had always wanted to do, or did that come about once you were at Coast Guard?
I wouldn't say I was dead set on it until this past summer, where I kind of had experience at their aviation logistics center in Elizabeth City, where I really got to get full exposure to the aviation community as well as the engineering side to see what it's all about, and it's a great community. So,
you were, I think it's safe to say that there's an entire community of lacrosse kids who grew up wanting to be you. They saw your talents, they saw the success of your teams, and they said that's that I want to be him, I want to be Caleb. What advice do you have for those kids, who are 8, 9 years old now, and they want to be, high school lacrosse players, college lacrosse players? What's your advice to them? What's the path?
It's definitely a love for a game. If you can find that deep admiration for the game, it's easy to dedicate extra time outside of practice or just watching games, watching film, to get those reps in, because if you can have that love for the game, the rest of it comes natural.
What do you think the biggest difference you noticed between, as competitive as you were on the high school level to college lacrosse?
Definitely the speed of the game. Going from no shot clock to shot clock, and then having just that next level athleticism with everybody around you. It speeds it up. It makes it, you definitely have to catch your breath every few plays.
Do you remember the moment, because when you were out here on the high school, you were generally as talented, fast, quick as anybody. Do you remember the first time in a lacrosse game in college where you went, wow, I'm not the fastest guy out here anymore? There's a whole bunch of guys like that. What is that like the first time you sort of realize that this is a whole step up?
It was just within Coast Guard lacrosse. It was definitely playing with the fellow attackman Ryan McNulty and then Will Iorio. They're just great guys, great players, and they kind of took me under their wing freshman year and kind of showed me the ropes. But they were that next step up, being a sophomore and then a senior too, or junior and senior. Kind of showed me the ropes along then, and then I would say in a game, it was probably playing against Salisbury freshman year. It was quite eye-opening, just the level of play that school has built up.
Got a minute left here in the first half. You're going to stick around and watch the rest of this thing. So, we had a good first half here. Stonington, we were talking with Coach Lafort. Stonington taking advantage of the lack of a shot clock. Right, they have a super face-off guy in Will French. They win face-offs. They get very deliberate, sort of take the air out of it, and East Lyme wants to go. What is your opinion on the shot clock? Do you think that did you enjoy playing with the shot clock more than when without it?
Yeah, I personally love the shot clock. It just speeds up the game, kind of adds that extra factor into the decision making for defense and offense and what you're going to do. Well,
5 years from now, when you're flying helicopters, and I have no doubt that you will be, do helicopter pilots get call signs like the?
Oh no, we're not as cool as Navy.
Man, that's too bad. Because if you could get a call sign, what would your call sign be?
Probably just go with my classic nickname through middle school is Panda.
Panda, and the most underrated of all the Bears for sure. Caleb, can't thank you enough for stopping in and spending some time with us at halftime. And we are right about ready to start second half action. So we'll bring the coach back in. Go over and smack Coach in the head and let him know we're ready to go. Yeah, I could keep him here for the second half as well, but.
He wants to do it.
Well, no, you're the one getting.
Except for when you're yelling at me.
You're welcome to stick around and give insights though, for sure.
Enjoy.
Nice talking to you, Mr. O'Neill.
Whatever impact you had on what is already a great young man, he is a great young man.
Oh, well, hey, it's a thrill, right? I'm in the business of college sports now for 36 years, and, you get to, I guess, be around a talent like Caleb once every 10 years, but really, I mean, the whole package, you know. And I think Coast Guard Lacrosse, you know, we pride ourselves in the brand of lacrosse we play, but we also talk about what the wins and a win taking a different shape than just scoreboard. And, you know, Caleb going to flight school, you know, that's a big win. It's a big win for everybody because, you know, if Caleb's got your back, you can sort of sleep a little better at night.
I couldn't agree with you more. Just sitting here looking at him, how mature he's become. He looks like a pilot, though. He looks like he's going to get right behind the little helicopter action. He looks like I would trust him. I would trust him taking me wherever I need to go.
You know, he wraps up his career at the academy as the second all-time leading scorer. And Riley McNulty was our all-time leading scorer. Riley was a senior when Caleb was a freshman.
In front, and a brilliant save by Whitman. Sager point blank, and East Lyme thought they had the chance to tie, and instead Stonington comes the other way real quick, and it'll go back over to the Vikings. You were saying?
So both of them get the 2020 season cut short to 4 games. And then Caleb's sophomore year, we only played 5 games. And he's named League Player of the Year in 5 games. And twice he's been named honorable mention U.S. All-American. And this year he got hurt, and it really sort of like put a little bit of a splinter in the middle of our season. But then he got back healthy for the last couple, and we were back rolling again. And, you know, I said to him, you've been the face of our program, and we couldn't be prouder, but I sort of have a feeling we're going to be prouder in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Whitman playing huge right now for Stonington. Another save in front that time. Stonington comes out the other direction. Massengale with it. You know, Bears up 5-4, and that's 2 huge saves by Whitman right to start the second half because East Lyme has been getting a little bit better looks each time, and Stonington has not had a real good look now in a few possessions.
Well, the 2 saves that were just made were also followed up by excellent outlets to clears that almost generated a shot of offense for Stonington.
Mahoney, now Elenteni. Elenteni now has Colin Bunkley, long stick on him. Gets a screen, Elenteni.
Keep it up, keep it up. Keep it up.
Simeo looking for a space, fires, and a save made by Sherman.
Simeo could have actually taken the ball 2 steps closer. He was underneath his defender, and he could have got an even better angle at a better shot.
Elenteni looking for a screen, gets one from Mahoney. Back to Mahoney.
Jack.
Spin.
Yes.
Simeo. Back to Elenteni, and again, the Bears will be deliberate. Massengale looking for an opening, sails it high, it'll stay with the Bears.
I think Ben needs to carry the ball a little deeper. I think, you know, an 18-yard shot, they could work a little harder to get it in a little closer right now.
Good move in front and a save by Sherman. Flag as Mahoney got hit. Bears will try to take advantage now. East Lyme will try to kill the minute penalty.
So this is the first minute penalty we've seen in the game. They've all been technical 30s, which doesn't really allow the man-up team to express a couple of sets. So Stonington starts again 3-3, and I'm sure in the next pass they're going to drop a player out below. Yep, so Massengale now slips down below. They move the lefty down.
Mahoney's going to trade places with Massengale, head behind the net. Elenteni, oh, he loses it. He was ready to rip. And a nice pickup by Getz, but taken back by Mahoney. Shot is saved, Sherman. Massengale went low, Sherman went down and got it.
Nice job, Sherm!
Sager elusive. Dodges multiple checks.
Yep. So Stonington went off sides in the ride. So in essence, East Lyme now has a free shot.
And out to get it is Whitman with 6:45 remaining here in the third. Stonington has never trailed. If you're curious about the state lacrosse playoffs, Stonington in Class S will open at home against Haddam Killingworth. Old Saybrook will be at number 14 Bacon Academy, and Holy Cross will come on down here to play Waterford on Friday. East Lyme will be at Farmington. And another save by Whitman. And Fitch will host Norwich Tech in Class M. Really great play in net from Andrew Whitman. Jackson Hayes, the long stick, maintains possession. Gets it to Semeo. In the middle it goes to Massengale. And back to Ellen Tenney as we hit the 6-minute mark in period number 3. Ethan Mahoney. Looking for some space and tried to launch it high to Semeo. It went wide but scooped up by Nate Mahoney. Reset for Stonington. A goal here would be huge for the Bears, extending them out to a 2-goal lead. East Lyme has been climbing that ladder, trying to get even since the beginning of the ballgame.
Well, Stonington hasn't scored since the first quarter. So this thing is now at a snail's pace.
This is a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel. Stonington has the luxury of being deliberate because they have the 1-goal lead. Good spin, shot, save Sherman, out of bounds it goes. He'll stay with the Bears.
Ellen Tenney's consistently higher than the Dodge.
Keep it up, D.
So his defender is sloughing in and actually taking up some space for some of the other Stonington players right now. I prefer to see Cam to cut through if he doesn't have the ball on his stick.
Mahoney to Massengale. 4.5 remaining here in the period number 3.
Come on, Nick.
Massengale. Nice dodge. Low shot, just wide. Stays with the Bears.
Now that's stick outside, deeper than 15 yards on the hashes.
Massengale up top, Mahoney. And is that off the pipe? And it is, and it'll be East Lyme ball, so they dodge the possession.
Tyler Semeo got off a very nice jump shot there. That hit the pipe. I'm not sure. I think the pipe was the goalie's friend for sure on that one, because that was one of the better shots that have been gotten off in the last 20 minutes.
Sherman with a nice save on Cooper Light after the turnover at midfield by East Lyme led to a little breakout for the Bears.
Right now the ball's unmarked.
Shot sails wide again, this time from Mahoney.
Come on, D!
3.5 minutes remaining in period number 3. We have not seen a goal yet in period 3. Mahoney spins on Patterson. Nice spin, shot, save, Sherman. Nate Mahoney was right there, 10 yards out, and Sherman was stout.
Spencer Sherman was outstanding there. That shot was towards 8 yards. He stayed nice and firm. He didn't dip. Saw the ball and got a piece of it.
Low shot, Mahoney scores! Ethan Mahoney at the 3:06 mark with our first goal of period 3 puts the Bears on top, 6-4.
Mahoney got top side, and the adjacent defender sort of hedged but didn't all the way commit. And he got inside to about 8-10 yards. It was a strong bounce shot.
Now it becomes Will French. Can he win the face-off and allow Stonington to burn even more clock here in period 3?
Come on, Brody! Let's go, ball!
And there's French.
Back off!
Stonington will get it to Massengale. They'll get it all the way back to Ellen Tenney and take some air out with 2:40 remaining. Ellen Tenney, different angle than we've seen before. Shot deflected by Sherman.
Supposed to be on him.
I think Mahoney here wants to create his own offense.
Come on, Matt.
Number 10s are matched up on each other right here.
Mahoney, good move, low shot, sails wide. Brodeur was defending Mahoney. It'll stay with Stonington, 2 minutes remaining here in period 3. Shot and a goal! Nathan Mahoney rips and scores! And the Bears with their biggest lead, 7-4.
So Nathan runs through a check and gets himself top center. If Stonington keeps that up and keeps going top side, they also have a fading Massengale who's also open off that left-handed wing. So they might be on to something now to sort of just maybe pull away. If they can win this next face-off, they got a lot of momentum.
Well, we came in talking about Will French and Cam Ellenteni. How about goal 5 for Nate Mahoney?
He's a tenacious dodger.
French wins the face-off. Stonington right now feeling really good about themselves.
Yes, Spencer! Yes, Spencer!
Oh, not happy. Yep, he's going to get the flag. Not happy. Colin Bunkley didn't like the call, slammed the stick and got the flag.
The referee's got two choices here. He can give him the soft penalty by calling it delay a game because he spiked the ball, or he could call it unsportsmanlike. We're going to see what they got. If it's a 30, then it's just a delay a game. They're talking about it right now.
See what the call is. Massengale to Mahoney, back to Sameo. And now to Ellen Tenney. So it was a 30-second penalty, which I think is the good call.
Yeah, it doesn't affect the game too much, but clearly there was an infraction.
Shot goes wide. I think Sherman got a piece of the Massengale shot. Minute 15 remaining.
Massengale shouldn't come off that left-handed shooting space.
Shot. Goal! Ellen Tenney! You can't keep him down for long. Cam can do. And just like that, the Bears with their biggest lead of the game, 8-4.
So that was Ellen Tenney's first low runner, right? The ball had no bounce. It just sort of stuck to the turf and snuck between the wickets.
East Lyme, a 15-0 win over St. Bernard in the ECC semifinals, so they'll be on to the final tomorrow night at Dodd Stadium, and they'll take on the winner of Woodstock and Fitch. East Lyme, the 2 seed, and one of the presumptive favorites all year in the ECC, carries through and appears in yet another final. It feels like East Lyme in the finals of the ECC baseball has become a regular occurrence. Jack Biggs and the Vikings will be there tomorrow night, and we await the Woodstock Fitch winner tomorrow night at Dodd Stadium. Here in the ECC Lacrosse Championships for the boys, well, I don't think anybody saw the 4 goals for East Lyme coming.
It could have happened earlier. A little bit earlier, East Lyme got some quality stops by Sherman. That sort of, they appeared like normal saves because they were like 8 yards. And now they just sort of hit a couple to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, I think the goaltending in period 3, right? You had Whitman with 3 beautiful saves. You had Sherman with 3 beautiful saves. The difference is the last couple have snuck their way in and allowed Stonington to extend the lead. And then there's the Will French face-off domination. They're going to try to get it back in Ellen Tenney's hands again.
So now East Lyme shutting off Ellen Tenney for a temporary point in time with number 1 with the long pole.
Massengale shot low, saves Sherman. And Semeo turns it over as we're down 35 seconds remaining here in the third period. Gavin White checked at midfield. East Lyme just needs to break the schneid. Can they get one in the last 20 seconds like they did in period 1?
15 to go.
Up top, White spins. Oh, and I thought he had a chance to rip a shot. Instead, it goes out of bounds with 5 seconds remaining, and it'll be the Bears' ball. I thought White was going to try to rip a shot there. He tried to make the pass, and I think that's going to end up taking us to the end of period 3. And it will take us to the end of period 3, 8-4. Bears on top of Vikings. 1 period left. Come on back. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. Game Day is a production of The Day Publishing Company. If you'd like to support Game Day and help us continue to bring you the best in Connecticut high school sports, please consider purchasing a print or digital subscription to The Day at theday.com/subscribe.
The Day strives to cover stories our readers care about. With a feature called Curious CT, we make it easier for you to tell us what you want to know about the people, places, and issues in southeastern Connecticut. You submit a question, readers vote, and we investigate and report. Go to theday.com/CuriousCT for more details. You ask, you vote, we investigate.
Game Day is a production of The Day Publishing Company. If you'd like to support Game Day and help us continue to bring you the best in Connecticut high school sports, please consider purchasing a print or digital subscription to The Day at theday.com/subscribe. Fourth quarter ready to go in the ECC Boys Lacrosse Championship. And the number 2 seed Stonington Bears, I think it's fair to say improbable, a 4-goal lead heading into the 4th over the number 1 East Lyme Vikings.
Well, Stonington has showed patience on offense even through a drought of not scoring and having possessions, and it really paid off in the last 4 minutes of the third quarter.
Now, big stack poker for Stonington. Assuming French continues to win the faceoffs, how much clock do they want to try to milk, and without risking getting out of their offensive flow, because they've been getting good shots of late. French, Mahoney, goal! 7 seconds. Will French, Nate Mahoney, 9-4. Wow.
Tremendous face-off win forward. Great awareness by French to dish the ball to the adjacent slide to the lefty. Actually, I think Mahoney's a natural righty, to be honest with you, and he just happens to get a lot of reps as a lefty. That was a really beautiful high-to-high shot.
I mean, that's 7 seconds. I just talked about milking clock, and they score in 7 seconds.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to milk it when you actually have an advantage like that.
There's the first way we've seen how to beat Will French. Wait till he wins the face-off and then clock him over the head and take it away.
And the ref doesn't call it. So right now, if I'm the Stonington guys, I'm a little hot under the collar. It's a push in the back.
And that's your makeup right there.
So no call on the way back.
East Lyme right now desperately needs to get on the board, down 5 goals. In front, good look, and a nice poke check. Battling out behind and coming away with it, the Bears. We're going to get a official's whistle, and we'll stay with East Lyme.
So Sager behind the cage in an ISO. And now he's quickly doubled.
Oh, nice physicality. Mahoney shields his man, runs in, 2-on-1. Shot, save, Sherman. That was a big one. Here comes White.
So East Lyme's got a 6v5 here.
White
beautiful.
Rips and scores. Gavin White, the sophomore, breaks the schneid. East Lyme needed that one desperately. They're back in it 9-5 with 10:27.
I wonder if the Stonington goalie anticipated White going back to his right hand there, and he stayed left-handed down the alley, producing an even tighter angle, but still stuck it high near corner.
Way to run, two. Way to run.
And that came off of a transition in the other direction because of the Sherman save. Mahoney was right there, point blank. Sherman makes the save, and as you've noted, not just the great save, but the great transition, and White takes advantage.
So East Lyme choosing to keep their wings now hip to hip, and French doesn't get the clean exit this time. Got the face-off win, but not the clean.
French just getting smacked around out there. 9 saves right now for Andrew Whitman has been, I think, the key to this game for Stonington. Especially some early saves when East Lyme had sort of found some offensive rhythm.
This is a big clear here for East Lyme. That's Morales. He's come up with a couple of big plays on the day so far.
Stonington starting to chase a little bit. Long stick. Ripped. Save. Whitman. comes Cooper Light. To Semeo.
Both teams have just totally ratcheted up the physicality. You can see it's getting close to the end, and all the fellas are laying out.
Massengale.
So Ellen Tenney gets the ball right out of the box.
Here come the Vikings. Spencer Kennedy, long stick, gets it in the middle.
So East Lyme needs to get a shot off here in transition. I don't think they want to let this thing go to 6v6. I think they want to find a side and get a 3v2 down a side.
Behind the cage it goes, and now back up top. White. Spins. Shot. Save. Whitman. Mahoney. Ethan Mahoney. Up the middle. Spins. Has a look. Loses it. Knocked to the turf. No call. And it is definitely getting physical. There's a flag on Stonington. Sager. We're going to get a stoppage on both sides here.
Is there 2 flags on the play or
Yeah,
1?
I believe 2. One on the far left behind the cage and far side. I mean, the first one was on Stonington. I believe the second one's on East Lyme. Yeah, 1 penalty on Stonington, 1 penalty on East Lyme. Will
Nice fight, Moran.
overall negate each other.
No, but it makes a lot of space now. So now you're playing 5v5 for a minute. So now both teams only have 1 short stick defender on the field. So although there's more space right now, more of the offense needs to be initiated at a pole right now.
More than anything, time the enemy of the Vikings,
Yeah,
trailing by 4.
I think Stonington would just be happy just to run around a little bit right now.
Massengale let one fly, and it will stay with the Bears. And I think you're right. I think right now it's, Massengale wants to let one go, though, and he scores! Ben Massengale has been trying all day. That low left-hand shot finally puts one in the net, 10-5 Bears.
So that's where I'm going like this. Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot. Yay, goal, goal. Right? Because you'd love to just chew up another 40 seconds.
That's what happens every time Marcus Smart pulls up for the Celtics in honor of them tonight. It's no. All right, he knocked one down. Okay.
Yay.
Massengale's had that shot all day. He hasn't had a lot of clean looks. He's had a stick on him most of the time. That one he got clean and got home. And we talked about, called it big stack poker. How do you know when to sit on a lead and how do you know when to let a shot go? I guess if Sherman makes that save, we're saying it was a bad shot, but he didn't, so it makes it a goal. And now Will French with a chance to take even more time off the clock for Stonington. Oh, great job by Correa that time, but look at French.
Wow. French just showing a lot of awareness. He knew who had the dead ball possession arrow, and he sort of wedged the East Lyme Fogo out of the way to let the ball go out of bounds to retain possession.
Correa has been battling. He finally came off of that face-off and actually was in good position, and French just so savvy. So not only does French beat you physically, but he knows what he's doing. Awareness as well. Here comes Ellen Tenney. It'll be interesting to see if Connor Doyle, Stonington coach, gives them instructions to sort of take some air out at any time soon, which is kind of what I feel like Ellen Tenney's doing right now.
So we're back to even 6v6 now. The penalties are expired.
And 6.5 minutes remaining. Every second hurts the Vikings. And a nice save by Sherman on the shot from Sameo. Here comes White and a whistle. Something against East Lyme.
Interference.
Bears within minutes of an ECC championship. Nice look in the middle, Mahoney. Back up top it goes to Ellen Tenney. .5:45. At this point, East Lyme would need a goal a minute. There's a flag. Ellen Tenney got popped. Free shot. Save made, but he's going to get the flag. And he's happy, he knows it. It's going to be multiple flags against East Lyme. Ellen Tenney got whacked.
And he still ran through the check and got off a quality shot.
So 5:30 remaining here in the ball game. Big lead for Stonington, 10-5. They'll have the ball.
So you had a slash and then you had a 30-second technical. So 6v4 right now for Stonington.
Is that side net or is that a goal? It's a goal! Ethan Mahoney gets the goal, 11-5, Stonington. I don't think anybody could tell where the ball was, if it had snuck in or if it was side net, but Mahoney gets the goal.
You know, they went to work offensively really quick. I don't think there was more than 2 touches before they shot 6v4. So both penalties now expired. Back to 6v6 lacrosse.
French, out of all that, gets it to Mahoney. Nifty stick work from Mahoney. Down under 5 minutes. Sherman, the East Lyme goalie, transitions it out. Sager. White, I don't think they have the time to be too patient here. 4.5 minutes remaining, down 6 goals. Oh, a deflection, and the goal for Jack Keating. Just what East Lyme needed. That ball was deflected over the shoulder. Whitman saw it the whole way, but nothing he could do about it. He had committed to shot number 1, not to the deflection.
East Lyme here needs to quickly get pressure on the butt end of French. As he pulls the ball out here, he keeps pulling the ball out to his left hand. And he's sort of getting free access.
East Lyme, 4:14 remaining, down 5. They got to get one punched in here in the next 30 seconds. Because the disadvantage, of course, is that even when they score, you got Will French in the face-off for Stonington.
East Lyme needs to keep the ball hot, create a little disorganization with Stonington. Stonington's very quick to double here.
Game getting physical. Patterson.
So you have an over and back technically.
Here comes the other direction. Mahoney. He loses it to Bunkley for East Lyme.
So they should just go to the rack now. It's 2v2.
We're going to get, looks like we're going to get all dual penalties here. .3:15 remaining. I think it would be fun to do a game where we interpret the charade gestures of the officials without knowing what the actual calls are. So when the official comes out, it says, "I got number 2 with a flapping of the wings. I once caught a fish this big."
And it's currently on my mantle.
3:15 remaining. Stonington, a 5-goal lead, a championship moments away. The Vikings, one last huddle to try to figure out, is there magic to be pulled out in the ECC Boys Lacrosse Championship? Of course, following this one, we'll do it all over again. East Lyme and Stonington in the girls ECC Championship. And if it's possible, the Stonington girls are a bigger underdog than the Stonington boys were. I thought there was a roadmap for the Stonington boys to win today. And I don't know anything, as we know, about lacrosse. But what I did know is that you had a superior face-off guy. So I knew that immediately you were going to have possessions.
That's a plus-up.
You're going to have possessions. I knew you had an electric scorer in Ellen Tenney. And I knew you had returning guys on offense with Mahoney and Massengale guys. So I said, you know what? If they can control possession, maybe Ellen Tenney lights it up a couple times. You got the great player. I always know how it is. Give me the great player, and I'll take my chances. And as it turns out, East Lyme, all of those things came true. Add great goal play on top.
But here the sidekicks aren't playing like sidekicks.
That's right.
Here they're playing like primetime players, which I guess that's why you pay your money to watch.
5 goals.
It's fun to see, players rise up in big games who weren't being counted on.
And one of those players has to be the goalie, Andrew Whitman, has played so huge in net for Stonington, because if you're going to stop East Lyme, you have to literally stop East Lyme, and Whitman has done that today.
But big picture, too, East Lyme scored 7 goals versus Daniel Hand. They scored 6 goals versus Notre Dame West Haven. So they're being held defensively to a goals per game output that the teams from the western side of the state did to them.
Oh, big hit.
So I think, we're mentioning offensive players, but the Stonington defense, they have not been beat one-on-one. They have been quick to double. They're getting the ball on the ground, and their goalie's backing them up with big saves. So that thing, we might be dismayed with Ethan Mahoney's 5-6 goals, but there's also some players out here on Stonington's defense that haven't lost a matchup.
That's an excellent point. And I'll be interested when I talk with Connor Doyle at the end, what does he think, about his defensive play today? Another save from Whitman. It's been a Whitman sampler of saves today in the championship game.
Did you write that last night?
Right now, just now. Been waiting to use it for about 3.5 minutes. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining here in the ball game.
They're smaller now in the Whitman sampler. I was given one for Easter. It used to be a 3-bite kind of caramel. Now it's a 2.
I thought you meant it was smaller in so much as by the time you actually give it to the person, there's like 5 strategically missing from the sampler.
Well, I don't open them and give them. Maybe that's how it goes in the O'Neill house?
Oh, absolutely.
There's an economic
100%.
term for that. Shrinkflation.
Shrinkflation.
Which sounds made up.
It does sound. It sounds like a justification for giving you less. I mean, the size of like the bag of chips, which is now 2/3 air and 1/3 chips.
Right. Well, yeah, we're not going to raise the prices on you. We're just going to give you a fraction for the same price.
Shrinkflation. Now, whether or not that's an actual term in the economic community or not.
You don't trust me?
No, I do. Whether or not it's a real term or not, though, is secondary to the fact that it is it's a perfect term for what it's describing, which is why, even if it was a WAPIism, which I don't believe it is, it's a perfect one because shrinkflation makes complete sense.
Coined at the ECC final.
11-6, 2:06 remaining here in the ball game. The Bears, the number 2 seed, about ready to avenge a early loss to East Lyme and bring home an ECC lacrosse championship. It has been quite a few days in Stonington. There goes Ellen Tenney. A little pump fake and a little nifty behind the head. Time to get fancy with 1:56 remaining. Back to Ellen Tenney. Oh, Ellen Tenney with the exclamation point. 12-6 with 1:40 remaining.
Cam going down the left alley, running through a double team. Just sort of took over there. That might be the icing on the cake.
We talked Whitman samplers into cake. This is where this is inevitably why I'm going to end up at the concession stand in between games now.
Do they have one?
There's a concession stand.
Thank God.
French with the face-off. Another face-off win for Will French. In front, and Sherman picks it up for the Vikes. Turns it over in front, long stick. Goal! Jackson Hayes, the senior long stick. Doesn't get many, but he got one in the ECC championship game. A senior moment for the Bears.
He picks off sort of an errant clear, and his eyes lit up like silver dollars and took advantage of it. You gotta be pumped for that kid.
There's nothing better than when a defensive player gets a crack at offense. Correa, nice job. Wins that face-off. One of the few today. Clock down to 1:15. And a save by Whitman. And in the middle it goes. Mahoney, we're going to get a flag.
"30-second technical hold."
58 seconds remaining. At the end of this game, we will sign off, and we will be back for the girls' final between East Lyme and Stonington, but you can watch later on tonight on our social media Game Day CT for interviews with the Stonington coach Connor Doyle, as well as a number of Stonington players on this soon-to-be championship of ECC boys lacrosse. And now they'll just run the clock out. "35 seconds remaining. The Bears are feeling it. Time to celebrate. Ellen Tenney goes a little behind the back. 17 seconds remaining. Seven seconds remaining. East Lyme will have their last little possession. Ball in. 4. Congratulations to the Stonington High School Bears, your 2023 ECC Boys Lacrosse Champions. Head coach Connor Doyle in his second season, overcoming the Vikings, avenging an early season loss, and pulling the upset to take home gold in the ECC.
Well, congratulations to Stonington and their coaching staff. The squad looked very prepped up. They played their best in a big game.
Well, if game 2 is anything like game 1, we're in for a treat. You're going to want to come on back. It's a scheduled 7:30 draw, 7:30 draw for the girls lacrosse final between East Lyme and Stonington. We're going to keep the cameras rolling for a little while, but we're going to sign off here until game 2. Your final 13-6. Stonington is your ECC champions in boys lacrosse.
Good to see you.
Congratulations to the student athletes and coaches of both teams for a well-played championship game. We wish both teams success for your upcoming CIAC tournament games. Please join us in giving a round of applause to East Lyme for our hard-fought ECC championship game. Tonight, James J. Fortney, Most Outstanding Player Award, presented by Fran Shields, former men's lacrosse coach and director of athletics at Connecticut Conference. Tonight marks the 20th year Fran and his wife Linda have sponsored the award. Jim Fortney, a prominent local attorney who perished tragically in a fire at his home in 1991, started youth lacrosse in southeastern Connecticut with the Mystic Seals. He loved this sport and wanted to grow the game in all of our towns for boys and girls. Jim would have been thrilled by the skill, competitiveness, and sportsmanship displayed by both teams tonight. The award keeps his name alive as we honor tonight's most outstanding player. The James J. Fortney Award winner for most outstanding player in the ECC Boys Championship game is Stonington's number 6, ECC Lacrosse chairperson and Waterford Athletic Director Chris Landry will present the tournament plaque to your 2023 Eastern Connecticut Conference Boys Lacrosse Tournament Champions, to the head coach Connor Bell and the
The following is a presentation of The Day.
As the sun begins to fade over the campus of Waterford High School, it's time for the ECC Girls Lacrosse Championships, a rematch of the boys, the Stonington High School Bears, the number 2 seed, the East Lyme Vikings, the number 1 seed. Congratulations to the East Lyme girls and their exceptional 16-1 season, and the Stonington High School Bears with an equal mark of 16-1. The difference being the one loss for Stonington came at the hands of these Vikings days ago. All of our action is live on Game Day. Game Day brought to you by Foxwoods Resort Casino. Visit foxwoods.com to find out about all the new and exciting events planned this spring. Foxwoods, the wonder of it all. Casey O'Neill, along with the coach Ray Lafort. Congratulations to the Stonington High School Bears. Connor Doyle's group pulled off an upset in the boys' final, and now the Stonington Bears are looking to do what the boys did, upset East Lyme, avenge an earlier loss. It is a young Stonington team and a veteran East Lyme team. The Vikings have been the dominant team all year long, and coach, they are a deep, talented program led by the 14th year man, Phil Schneider.
I think at some level, you got to think this might be Coach Schneider, one of his best teams. You read the box scores. Danny Bruno obviously scores a lot of goals, but there's a lot of girls chipping in. Megan Nagel's in every box score, putting in 3 or 4, and the team's powerful.
The draw was between Belleville and Christian. Christian only a freshman for Stonington, and the possession will stay with the Bears. They'll have the first one here of the ball game. 2 halves rather than 4 quarters. Dumped in front, and
so Christian tries to make a feed from the side early, and the Bears are lucky to get the ball back so quickly.
Lachlan to Burnside, now up top to Christian.
So Logel over here on the wing, number 13. East Lyme looks to be in some kind of a backer zone with a free-floating defender who's on the 8.
Stonington will have the chance here. Burnside, the sophomore, number 7. Gianna Franco, the keeper for East Lyme, and Burnside goes short side. And the Bears are up 1-0, reminiscent of what we saw with the boys.
So Stonington draws basically the first shooting foul, getting themselves the free position shot early. The style of those shots, the free position shot, has sort of begun to swing. There's been some real innovations in the girls' game's stick, allowing for a little more hold, and the girls are starting to throw the ball with way more velocity. So you're seeing more of these long-range shots on the free position shot rather than the traditional run-in.
Another draw win for Stonington. Logel gets it to Spathakis. Behind the net. Looking for a cutter. And back up top it goes. Logel makes a run, cuts, and will get another penalty.
So she beats her first defender, who's out wider than the 12-meter line, and then she gets to the backer zone defender, and she actually got a step on her.
Logel rips, and a save, Franco. Well, we've been waiting for the evolution of the girls' game. A lot of the coaches, didn't want to see it become boys 2.0, but the girls want a little more physicality. They want a little more hold in the stick because they want to be able to do a little more stick work and playmaking.
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword because I think the true spirit of the game, it's more the boys' game is more hockey on feet, and the girls' game to me is more basketball on grass. With picks and set pieces, and I don't think we want to see them banging like girls' hockey. So but I'm gonna say as I'm making that point, not one girl on the East Lyme team has headgear on, and the entire Stonington team is right now draped in the headgear. So that's different.
Good look in the middle. Shot goes wide. Save made by Haley Allard.
Danny Bruno on a very quick cut from below GLE, got a step on her defender and took a feed, and that was something I would think as the day goes on, I think that you're going to see that repeat.
Megan Nagel takes advantage, cleans up in front, gets it by Allard, and we're tied at 1.
So Nagel takes the ball off the top left side, makes one quick move to the cage, shakes a defender, and finds herself at 8 yards.
I had a chance to watch some pretty good Division II lacrosse, girls lacrosse this year. My niece, who just had her scoring record at Montville High School broken, though I will say she didn't have her senior season. She set the all-time draw wins at Southern New Hampshire University, had over 200 draw wins this year alone. And what I learned, I asked her the question about the physicality and what way would you like the sport to go? And I think she is reminiscent of a lot of the girls. They don't want it to become the boys' game, and like you said, they don't want it to become hockey. But what they would like is a little more give in the stick, so they could just do a little more stick handling, a little more velocity, show some of their power and athleticism, because they hate the boys and the cheater sticks, as the coaches.
For sure. Now Stonington's three for 3 so far on the draw.
Good look, nice hit. Burnside loses it, regains in front, and we're going to get a whistle. It'll be Stonington with the opportunity.
That's got to be shooting space. East Lyme did a good job on the first offensive initiation, pinching that penetration and turned her back, and then she got loose for her second shot at it.
Burnside's got one already. Chance number 2, she shoots, and a beautiful save by Franco.
So pretty aggressive ride now by Stonington, and East Lyme gets open down in the middle, in the soft space.
Good speed straight up the run from Pizzaglia. Pizzaglia now all the way, dumps in front, shot. Beautifully done, goal. Danny Bruno on the great feed from Pizzaglia, 2-1 East Lyme.
Stonington better mark Pizzaglia early in the clear. I don't think you want her getting the ball at the 50-yard line and have a 30-yard run at you. I think you're going to have to just mark her and shut her off at least, so someone else has to carry.
Great speed, long legs, got great downhill, and then found the great Danny Bruno. And when she gets that opportunity, she makes the most of it.
Come on, here we go.
Scrapping for it is Venkatesh. And it will be Stonington ball. 19:50 remaining here. 2-1 East Lyme. Nice pass to Harris, to Burnside. In front. Shot, and the goal! Emma Logo puts it past Franco, and we're tied at 2.
So Emma runs through a couple of checks right there and continues to her strong hand, her right side, and finds some shooting space and hits a winner. I think East Lyme's going to want to turn her back to her left and make her earn her keep with her left hand.
You know, East Lyme, I think, has state championship aspirations. And when you look at their out-of-conference schedule, you know, win over Staples, win over Guilford, win over Glastonbury, win over Hand, win over Branford, win, you know, that very close loss to Cheshire, win over Conard. They played the out-of-conference schedule designed to test their mettle and stood tall. But this Stonington team provides a very different sort of challenge.
Not seeing their out-of-conference games, I'm not sure the style defense they saw, but tonight they're actually seeing a backer zone similar, maybe not all the way the same, but similar to theirs, where Stonington has a free floater out there on defense. Looks like number 8 for Stonington, Megan Harris, is playing the backer position. So East Lyme is having to go to the backside there.
And Bruno, I mean, that was a great cut, great feed, but Bruno gets it in front like that, game over.
Yeah, Stonington's got to take away her top side, and they also have to do it when she doesn't have the ball in her stick, which is really sort of hard.
Got to find a way to disrupt her cut. You can't give her that free cut in front of the net. I mean, she cut free, caught free, and shot free. Well, somewhere you have to disrupt it.
One of the keys to the backer zone that both these defenses are playing is you can pressure, really get out and press the feeder. So the feeder should not be allowed to make a free pass. They should be under duress the whole time, like a quarterback in the pocket. You know, Tom Brady clean in the pocket, he's going to pick you apart. You got to get on their hands.
Just look how fast Pizzaglia is. She can really fly. All the way to the goal, bounce off the pipe. Haley Allard, the keeper for Stonington. Izzy Pizzaglia, though, the opportunity for East Lyme. Shot, bounced, sails wide.
Come on, defense!
Venkatesh. Good movement by the Vikings. Now back it goes to Knapp. And now Venkatesh. Bruno up top. And there's a foul on Burnside as she banged Pizzaglia. Check that. That's on Christian. I'm looking at the starting lineup for Stonington. Sophomore, freshman, sophomore, freshman, sophomore.
They got a good thing going, and you know, Autumn Christian's had an enormous year. I think she made first team all ECC at the midfield.
And another goal right in front. Nagel puts it away for the Vikings. They're up 4-2.
So Megan Nagel's stick is just sort of clean. The Stonington defender's on her back, and she does a nice job. This little seat cut she makes that gets herself into a quality shooting space, and she's doing all this while she's off ball. She's doing that to get her stick free so she could shoot at 8 yards or 6 yards in front of the mouth of the cage.
Not to make too, and I won't belabor this, one senior starting for Stonington, that's Spithakis, and 10 seniors starting for East Lyme. That's when as a coach, that's the team that needs to compete for the state championship. The team that's played together. This is now year 3 for this group has been together as seniors.
Really big ground ball by Alana Benoit. Stonington gets it back.
Good step in defense from Nagel. There goes Megan Nagel. Good pass. Up ahead. Running free. Summer Sestair. In front, Bruno. Dodge. Good defense. Finds Pizzaglia. And man, the Vikings are clicking on all cylinders. 5 different Vikings touch the ball, and finally a goal from Pizzaglia.
Bruno does a tremendous job. She sweeps them out of the cage, but she's right-handed. So she went and found some space off low GLE, rolled back to her strong hand, and found the free stick.
Timeout. And with that timeout, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be right back with the ECC Girls Lacrosse Championship.
The J strives to cover stories our readers care about. With a feature called Curious CT, we make it easier for you to tell us what you want to know about the people, places, and issues in southeastern Connecticut. You submit a question, readers vote, and we investigate and report. Go to theday.com/CuriousCT for more details. You ask, you vote, we investigate.
Game Day is a production of The Day Publishing Company. If you'd like to support Game Day and help us continue to bring you the best in Connecticut high school sports, please consider purchasing a print or digital subscription to The Day at theday.com/subscribe. You can purchase a digital download of tonight's game or any of our live broadcasts at Vimeo On Demand. For details, head to vimeo.com/ondemand/GameDayCT. Well, unlike Game 1 between the boys, where the Stonington Bears jumped out early and stayed ahead, East Lyme girls have righted the ship and have extended a early deficit into a 5-2 lead with 16:26 remaining here in the first half. And Coach, you got the impression in the boys' game that Stonington had a solid game plan, and as long as they continued to execute it, they were in great shape. Feel the same way here about East Lyme. They are spreading the ball out. They've got a good idea of how they want to run their offense. And at the end of the day, when you got Danny Bruno, it equalizes a lot of things.
Well, right now, Stonington is not able to slow the game down. East Lyme's athleticism is keeping this thing high octane. And it's going to be hard, I think, for Stonington to keep them under 15 goals at this stage. Just the game is really moving with some pace.
Belleville loses it. Christian for Stonington ends up with the win. Spathakis. So it'll stay Stonington ball. Spathakis will have it.
Tough angle off that right wing.
Spathakis, let's go, and just wide. I don't know if Franco got a foot on it or not, but it'll stay with the Bears.
So Stonington needs to swing the ball wide quick and cut through the backside. Right now they're a little bit perimeter oriented.
Laughlin.
Kick it twice. 1-2. That's a good skip.
Christian open in front. Comes in. And that looks like it went off the pipe.
So one of the keys to defeating the scheme of the defense is you got to skip two. You got to move the ball two adjacent to get to the unguarded defender, or unguarded attacker.
A lot of work by Lillian Laughlin just for it to end up on the line. And here comes Pizzaglia in the other direction. Good look on the bounce to Nagel. To Belleville. Benoit. Pizzaglia.
You got to keep the pressure on the edge. East Lyme doing a really good job backing away from the pressure so their stick is free to shoot or to make a pass. That little pass.
in front. Brilliantly done by the Vikings yet again. Bruno deflects off Allard. 6-2 East Lyme.
East Lyme doing a nice job coming at Stonington with waves of small cutters to the mouth of the cage. So sometimes the first cutter's not available, but the second cutter has been the whole night so far.
Come on, here we go, come on. Let's go, get it back. Let's go, Bears. Come on.
Zaglia goes up high, spears it. She's on the move. Good cut. In front, great pass, and another goal. This time, Belleville from the feed, and it's clicking for the Vikings, 7-2.
Pizzaglia, she kept the pressure on Stonington. She's making that feed before Stonington's even set up on defense. So even though she carried pretty deep into the 12, they're not ready to play D yet. They're all still one-on-one, and she took a nice back cut off the backside.
Well, the 7 goals that Stonington's given up in the first part of the first half matches almost, it's above the average of what they've given up on the season. They've only given up double figures to Bacon Academy, Montville, and NFA, and East Lyme. 4 times on the year.
East Lyme really pressures Stonington by crashing the cage, and they're crashing the cage with almost 7 players. East Lyme forcing Stonington to make really long passes in the clear game.
13 minutes remaining here in the half.
Stonington needs to reverse the field quicker. Push it now up this side.
There goes Christian. Plays it back. Good work in the middle of the field. Good pass off the stick of Burnside.
So Stonington needs to run back in the hole and recover people in the hole rather than take them on in the midfield.
A whistle. East Lyme will have possession.
I would bet you the style of girls lacrosse being played by East Lyme is a fun style to participate in practice. I would bet you, first of all, you're going to need a lot of girls to push this pace in a practice, right?
Yes.
So the girls on the JV team, they're probably getting exposed to this pace all the time. But this is a pace right now that Stonington just is having a hard time adjusting to because it's coming them from all 7 girls on white.
Yeah, the waves of cutters was a really good description.
So there's
there
one.
It is right there.
Yep.
And that's what it is. You just see wave after wave of cutter. And it's just, the pace is, you're trying to slow it down, like you said. There's no opportunity really for them to slow it down. And they're down 5 goals. Burnside.
East Lyme effectively doubling the ball here. A lot of pressure on D.
Ball loose on the ground, ground ball. Eventually picked up and swatted. And out of the pack comes the Vikings.
Nice back check by East Lyme.
Yep, Paletto. Venkatesh, good cut in front, and a save made by Allard. Picked off by Chambers.
Haley Allard making really long clearing passes, which is, probably going to be a lower percentage than throwing the ball short and running a couple steps and reversing the field. So right now, Stonington having a little hard time getting the ball out of their defensive half.
We're under 10 minutes remaining in the half. Behind the cage.
So here comes two cuts.
Great cut, great look, stoned by Allard. Nagel was right in front, and Allard stuffed her. Allard not sure what she wants to do, turns it over in front. Good pressure from the Vikings. Allard was never comfortable with her outlet.
Number 7, Jessica Knapp, with a really instinctive interception off that clear. Now she earned a free position shot at the 12.
Stonington turns it over. Good run here by Lachlan. And that pass is a little bit too high for Spivakis, and it'll be Viking ball.
Good intent on the pass. There's just so much pressure, that the ball gets away.
East Lyme will play it back through Franco. 8 minutes remaining in the half. Nice hit, turnover. Lachlan, and it'll stay with the Bears. Good cut, Spivakis into the middle, hit, and we're going to get a whistle.
So the check draws the shooting space.
The only senior in the starting lineup for the Bears, Emma Spivakis. Franco ready for East Lyme. And she scores! A much-needed goal gets the Bears back within 4. It's 7-3 East Lyme. Emma Spivakis went low and beat Franco.
Franco has saved those, the last 2 shooting violations, the last 2 free position shots. That ball didn't bounce, it just sort of beat her, looked like between the legs. You almost feel like Stonington needed that goal really bad, right? I mean, this is really tilted to one end of the field in the last 6 minutes. East Lyme is subbing fresh legs in. Now Abby Belleville steps in for East Lyme as a midi.
East Lyme will have possession. Into the middle, Belleville.
So you could visually see East Lyme's cutters are like making circles, right? And they get one cutter after the other. It just sort of cleans up the space for the next girl to cut through.
Zaglia shoots. Nicely done. Allard with the save. And a whistle as Benoit went towards goal.
That's a charge!
Get on her, Megan! Come on, Haley!
And another save by Allard. Point
Big
blank
save.
on
Big
Benoit.
save by Haley.
Nice outlet it goes to Christian. Burnside, Spathakis. Spathakis heads the goal and loses it in front.
So Emma Spathakis being creative with a little backhand shot.
Get back, defense! Get back! Get back! Force the pass!
5:40 remaining here in the half. 7-3 Vikings on top of the Bears.
East Lyme reverses the field. You know, the bounce pass just took like a 12-foot high bounce. Really to no one's fault.
Turf bounce.
Come on! Go Bears!
A turnover. Paletto heads to goal for the Vikings. Paletto spins, finds the cutter. Great ball movement. Vikings shot and a goal. Megan Nagel.
So I'm going to make an odd point, okay? If this was a college lacrosse game, there would be lacrosse balls lining the sideline and the end line, which allows for a quick restart. Off the bad pass by East Lyme that bounced over their own girl's head, Stonington gets the ball, but there was no ball. So the girl had to walk over to the sideline 30 yards off. By the time she actually got a ball to get a ball back in play, East Lyme's ride was set. It actually gave them like 6 free seconds to set up. This would not happen in a college game, but it's happening all over the place because right now there are no balls on the end line.
I noticed that when I was at the Southern New Hampshire New Haven game, there were 7,000 lacrosse balls lining the field.
Right now there's not a ball to be seen. So whatever team is getting possession is actually at a slight restart disadvantage because the defending team is set up.
Good look in front. And Paletto puts it away, and the Vikings increase the lead to 6 again. It's 9-3.
Stonington is losing girls at the mouth of the cage. As the ball is below GLE, passing through X from pipe to pipe, Stonington has a free stick to make feeds, or excuse me, East Lyme. And now girls are just taking advantage of the cuts that are occurring off of that free stick.
So you're Stonington. You win your first 15 games of the year. You're 15-0. And you lose a close one, 12-9 to East Lyme. You bounce back in the semifinal and you drub Waterford. And you're back here facing the same East Lyme team and you're down 6 goals. It's got to be a little disheartening saying, you know, we've just beat up on everybody this year, but this team, their style, their speed, their depth,
well, clearly East Lyme's peaking. They're getting better, right? You want to say you're built for May. You know, you're not made to play lacrosse in March.
And they've won 6 straight.
So they're playing great, flawless lacrosse. I mean, I'm sure if you were Coach Schneider, you'd find a flaw because that's what coaches do. But right now, my eyes see the ball zipping around the field, girls running at warp 8 up and down the field with the ball and getting shots. You know, Danny Bruno has quite a few shots right now from 4 yards in front of the cage.
Well, let's not forget again, East Lyme won their first 10 games, dropped a close one to Cheshire, and then rallied off 6 in a row. And, you know, they beat a very good Bacon Academy girls team, 17-3 in the semis. That Bacon girls team was a very good team, and East Lyme handled them easily. So East Lyme is peaking. Well, they've been peaking all season.
Well, I mean, the ultimate goal, right, is to never peak. It's just to keep climbing and finding new spaces to improve in all the time.
So that's absolutely right. It's you know, the championship being the highest point on the hill. East Lyme is continuing to ascend. Otherwise, it would just be a long plateau, as it was pointed out to me off the air.
Keep working!
Shrinkflation and the Long Plateau, the title of my next novel.
You better get a publisher first.
It's my economics, it's my book on economics, Shrinkflation and the Long Plateau. 2:40 here. Stonington Down 6, needs to get another on the board.
East Lyme doing a nice job right there. They had 4 girls already in the paint when Stonington got the ball off that ground ball. So there's really not a lot of space.
Beautiful save by Franco. Stoning low goal.
The referees are letting the girls be physical. There's a lot of checks on the girls' hips as they're going to make a play.
And look at the goalie, Franco, coming out of net and just sort of rolling over the top of Autumn Christian.
So I've rarely seen the goalie put at the disadvantage in the restart.
I've never seen it. So, something new every day. And this is what they're discussing right now. So the goalie is in the biggest disadvantage on the restart behind Christian. So what it amounts to like an empty net with only a defender. And Christian gets off a shot. It's wide, but the rebound. And it's a great save made by the defender of the Vikings, Caitlin DiLoretto, as Franco gets back into goal.
You know, it's funny. There's actually no advantage because as Autumn Christian picks the ball up, she can't shoot because there were girls in the shooting space. So it's actually sort of worth it.
Zaglia gets drilled. She gets up. We're down 1:10 seconds remaining in the half.
If I'm Izzy Pizzaglia, I never throw the ball back to my goalie when the ball's already in my stick. I just back up and restart and turn on the wheels.
Outrun everybody.
Yeah.
East Lyme happy playing it back through Franco, but dangerously so. Chambers. Up ahead now, there goes Pizzaglia. Speaking of the Jets, here they go. All the way to net, Pizzaglia, and she scores. She had Lachlan on her hip the entire 40 yards and still managed to get off a right-hand shot for the goal.
Freshman Lillian Lachlan was absolutely flying to keep step with Izzy Pizzaglia. She actually had the angle cut off, and in the last 3 steps, Izzy got underneath her. The adjacent defender hedged towards the offensive player playing below goal line extended, and it gave Izzy a little bit of a space. She goes right-handed, high to high, in the near right corner. It was awesome.
10-3, and that's a heartbreaker with 17 seconds remaining here in the half. East Lyme want to try to pop one more in before the half.
And here the crash in the cage.
There goes Pizzaglia, the shot just sails high, and that is going to take us to the end of the first half. A dominant performance here in half one by the East Lyme Vikings, a 10-3 lead over the Stonington Bears. We'll be running some features at halftime, and we'll be back for the second half. After these features, you're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
Lily Tomczak is a senior with us. She actually yesterday just scored her 199th goal. Lily's been on our team for 3 years as a senior. She didn't have her freshman season, but right away she came in as a varsity sophomore and has led the way. Our previous record was 167, which was Alexis DeLucia. class of 2020, so unfortunately she missed her senior season, as Lily missed her freshman season.
I certainly did look up to her. I also looked up to all the other people that were on the high school team, and I didn't think that I would be where I am right now. I know it's cliche to say, but when I started, I was a defender. I didn't think that I would be out in midfield, running back and forth. I certainly looked up to her though.
Lily brings an energy. I mean, she is tall and she is loud, which is one of the best things about her. Since her sophomore year, she's been a leader on the team. She has a passion for the sport that is something really special, especially in our town. Montville is, compared to the ECC, is a newer town when it comes to lacrosse. She just brings a lot of passion and just dedication to the sport that's really inspired a lot of our younger players.
I see it, yeah. Last season, we came up from Division III to Division II, and I think that we're holding our own after losing so many seniors last year and the year before. And I think that our team, we may be young, but we have a lot of fight in us. So I think even when all the seniors are gone this year, they're still going to go far.
We have a very strong freshman class, and as a senior, Lily has really helped them become also leaders on the varsity field, which is cool. Wasn't sure how that was going to work. I have 5 strong seniors on my varsity, and then the other 50-60% is freshmen, which is exciting, and she's done a great job just kind of gelling the team together.
All right, ready?
I'm really excited for her milestone and just kind of how she's helped us put Montville Lacrosse on the map.
All right, ready? Here we go. Montville on 3! 1, 2, 3, Montville! All right, nice job.
Maddie McLeod, the new all-time scoring leader for Ledyard girls lacrosse, knows a little something about whose record she broke.
Yes, it was, I think it was shared between 2 people, and the one was actually my coach's daughter that she would come to practices when I was a freshman and I knew her.
So the previous record holder, funny story, is my daughter, Megan Larman. So it was pretty special for me. It was pretty special for Megan. She thought it was great. And it's just nice to know that the level of play is getting higher and higher every year.
Thanks in part to McLeod's scoring prowess, the Colonels are off to a blazing 11-1 start and could be eyeing one of the best seasons in program history.
It is a special team. It's been a lot of fun. I've gotten lucky. Bill Glenn was the coach, the head coach before me, and he laid the groundwork.
It definitely is. My freshman year when I came in, the year after COVID, everyone was kind of new to the sport, and we've just building since then.
Girls had the basics down. So this year we've gotten to go to the next level. We've gotten to do things that we haven't been able to do before. I think it's just going to get better and better.
McLeod, a junior, excels off the lacrosse field as well.
She is just a phenomenal person. She puts 110% into everything she does. She plays soccer. She's a great student. I think she's actually if she's not the first, she's the second in the class.
I'm on the soccer team here at Ledyard, and I also do intertrack. I also do lacrosse, and then I'm in the National Honor Society, and I do unified sports, and I'm on the math team. So pretty involved here at Ledyard.
She brings everybody up. Yes, she's getting goals, but it's because of the rest of the team too. It's not just her. The other girls are contributing, and she just sees the back of the net. So this year we've actually had the most assists in the school the whole time we've had lacrosse. So to me that says a lot about the girls and how well they work together, and she just takes the opportunity.
I believe that there's moments that really change your life. And the talent show is definitely one of those moments.
I'm not alone in this world. Seems like everybody out there wants to have a chance to be.
The talent show basically legit saved my life. I would have probably been in jail or probably be dead.
Put me back in my place, but I won't make it easy on them.
I'm a traumatic brain injury survivor.
I was addicted to alcohol, opiates, then it turned to heroin.
It's very taboo to be gay or to be trans.
And it's never been so clear Daddy, you got a place now, show us your face and get up on that stage and let the world know.
We're not looking for sympathy, that's not what we're doing. We're looking to prove a point that arts can heal.
That space, that energy, that magic, that's already therapeutic in itself. And that's what this new London Talent Show does. It allows young people to rip off labels that people put on them and come out of their own box or their own fears.
Look, know that you can do anything that you try to do with faith in the man above and power that's inside of you. They're trying to stop you, don't let them block you or lie to you. If you let them, then they're liable to silence you.
We could have been the stereotype. We could have been those people and fit the mold. The true measure of a person is how they respond to the negative things, how they respond to tragedy. And this is our response.
This place destroys fear, destroys it, and empowers young people.
Second half action in the ECC Girls Lacrosse Championships moments away. A dominant first half from the East Lyme Vikings, the #1 seed, showing why they are 16-1 on the year. They're ahead 10-3 over a very good Stonington Bears team, also 16-1 on the year. But looking at these two teams, and no disrespect in any way to the 16-1 Bears, East Lyme looks like it is a deeper team. And again, I mentioned 10 seniors for East Lyme versus 1 senior for Stonington. East Lyme really looks like a veteran team, a deep program. Seniors is everywhere. Right there you see Alana Benoit and Izzy Pizzaglia and Abby Belleville. Senior.
Well, to me, speed. That's a fast group. You know, I mean, they're starting to make offense when the ball is in their stick at their -40. They are basically 60 yards away from the cage, and this thing is starting, right? I mean, I think a key for Stonington here in the second half might be to shut off number 19 from East Lyme, Izzy Pizzaglia, and not let her get the ball on her stick in the middle of the field.
Yeah, because she's like a gazelle.
She's creating too much.
Yeah, and then she just takes off, and then it becomes cutters, and you have to worry about her. And it's like she's running a fast break every time she gets the ball.
I wonder how she'd be at the 100 high hurdles.
She looks like a hurdler, doesn't she?
Yeah.
On cue, picks it up, works the middle of the field with Belleville.
So there's a small advantage now for East Lyme in numbers if they hit a trailer. There's a trailer.
And it's Pizzaglia, shoots and scores.
You know, off the draw, East Lyme went negative, and when I say negative, they went towards their goalie with the ball, which actually sucked 2 or 3 Stonington girls towards the ball. But then they came off their marks. So when Izzy got the ball, she picks her head up and she realizes, I'm doubled now, but if I throw it forward, I'm actually moving the ball to a space where there's less people. So the ball comes down the wing, and I guess at that point in time, it was 4v3, then it became a 5v4 on the throwback.
Looking forward to the state tournament. East Lyme is the #1 seed in Class M. They will open at home Tuesday against the winner of Foreign and Ram. Waterford hosts Bristol Eastern, and Ledyard hosts Wethersfield on Friday. In girls Class S, Stonington is the #5 seed. They'll host the North Branford Rocky Hill winner on Tuesday. Tolland will be at #7 Bacon Academy. Wheeler at #13 Old Lyme, and Montville will host Watertown, all on Friday in Class S. Charge! East Lyme maintaining pressure. Pizzaglia will have the free look. Allard, the goalie for Stonington. Pizzaglia shoots, and she scores again. Izzy making him dizzy here in the championship game.
You know, that started at the 50-yard line again. And she's using that length of the field to sort of display her athleticism. She gets going. She's got a lot of lacrosse IQ as well, because the ball's not dying in her stick. when she doesn't have a shot, she moves the ball fast, and the whole East Lyme team knows what to do.
12-3, Vikings pouring it on in the championship. Good defense. Zuro. Check that, Lachlan.
You know, as soon as Emma dropped to the head of her stick, it got checked by a trail check from East Lyme. Even there, keeping the pressure on, you know, Abby Belleville, you know, really aggressive. No one's going to really sort of take her space.
Burnside, good check. And a foul as Benoit was hit. It'll be Viking ball. Good use in the middle of the field and a steal from East Lyme's, from Spathakis. Stonington runs the middle of the field. Christian in front, bobs, weaves, and scores a much-needed goal. Freshman Autumn Christian puts it away and cuts into the Viking lead.
You know, that was started by a ground ball pickup by Logel around the 40-yard line. She made about a 20-yard pass and found Christian, and Christian dodged and beat a couple of East Lyme girls to the cage.
12-4, 22 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the ballgame. If you were a high school coach and you were coming in and you were scouting East Lyme, let's say you were the team from Ram and you were here tonight, what are you taking away from what you've seen from East Lyme?
You need to, on the loose balls, if you don't get the loose balls, you have to run your girls into what they call the hole. They've got to get all the way deep and play defense from the mouth of the cage up, rather than playing defense on people in the middle of the field. Because when you're playing defense in the middle of the field, the speed of East Lyme takes over and turns these into 4v3s and 3v2s at the mouth of the cage. You got to run the backside of your defense into the mouth of the cage and then play defense from the cage up, okay? So this is what's occurring is this whole thing is getting loose at the midfield. So if you said, you know, what is the huge strength of East Lyme? I'm saying it's overall team speed and really IQ at the midfield, because this whole thing's getting created. You know, I know Danny Bruno scores a lot of goals, but she's getting a lot of 2-on-1s and 1-on-nones because the athleticism is getting the ball down that space, okay? All this unsettled stuff is really impressive by East Lyme.
Pizzaglia loses it. It stays with the Vikings.
Helper! Coming on you!
Good back check. Poked by Paletto.
About 5 yards!
I mean, she's got to have space there. I'm surprised the referees aren't stopping the game to back the girls up.
Come on now, work! Work!
In front.
Go push!
Christian lets that one fly, and deep it goes, but it'll stay with the Bears. Check that, it'll be Vikings ball. They'll play it through Franco. Great pass to Knapp. Knapp shoots up the middle of the field. Knapp, strong run. Look at the speed from Knapp. Cuts. Chasing it down is Belleville. Venkatesh. Behind the cage, working it is Paletto. Looking for the cutter. Belleville will pull it out for the Vikings.
Really nice poise by the Vikings attackers. Looking for a better shot, not just taking the next shot.
Venkatesh. Back up top to Knapp. Paletto. Vikings very composed.
Stonington's looking a little tired now. They're not extending on defense as far as they were in the first half.
There's the cutter right in front. Belleville stoned by Allard. And we've got a Viking down on the field, and while we attend to the Viking, we will take a short timeout. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. Game Day is a production of The Day Publishing Company. If you'd like to support Game Day and help us continue to bring you the best in Connecticut high school sports, please consider purchasing a print or digital subscription to The Day at theday.com/subscribe.
The Day strives to cover stories our readers care about. With a feature called Curious CT, we make it easier for you to tell us what you want to know about the people, places, and issues in southeastern Connecticut. You submit a question, readers vote, and we investigate and report. Go to theday.com/CuriousCT for more details. You ask, you vote, we investigate.
You can purchase a digital download of tonight's game or any of our live broadcasts at Vimeo On Demand. For details, head to vimeo.com/ondemand/GameDayCT. Game Day is a production of The Day Publishing Company. If you'd like to support Game Day and help us continue to bring you the best in Connecticut high school sports, please consider purchasing a print or digital subscription to The Day at theday.com/subscribe. So Jessica Knapp was able to walk off the field with the help of a coach and a teammate, and we wish her the best as she heals up from lower body injury in front of the cage, and it'll be East Lyme ball. They have it a 12-8 lead, 19 minutes remaining here in the ballgame. Nagel will have it for East Lyme. Free look, Allard in goal. And it's instead Belleville with the goal. Belleville had the free look, ran up, beat Allard, 13-4 Vikings. So there was a 2-minute penalty assessed to Stonington, and East Lyme capitalizes immediately with the goal. Belleville will do the draw. Logel will take the draw for Stonington. And here comes Pizzaglia for the Vikings. Good look in the middle. Shot, and another goal from Abby Belleville, 14-4. Vikings lead back out to 10. With that goal at 18:35, we go to running time with a 10-goal differential.
Stonington's going to have a hard time right now putting a cap back on this as they're down one at the midfield with the 2-minute penalty. East Lyme's ladies just have so much awareness as they're up a player.
Come on, Will! Come on, Will!
Draw a win for the Bears. Laughlin heads straight up the middle. Now cuts it outside and gets it into the middle to Spatakis. Nora Walsh looking for a cutter. Doesn't see one. Dumps it inside. Spatakis was checked, and the Vikings create a defensive turnover.
East Lyme, Coach Snyder, you could see fundamentally has his team so tuned up. As they move the ball up the field on the clear, when their stick isn't clean, they do a great job rolling back into available space, and they're really not worried about how long or how fast it takes to get the ball cleared. They want to do it properly. They reverse the field in 2 or 3 passes, and the ball comes out the other side. You know, you could just see programmatically, you know, it's really been sort of drilled in, you know, how to do it, because there's not just one East Lyme player doing it, it's the whole program.
The East Lyme girls looking to take home the Girls Lacrosse Championship. The Stonington boys defeated the East Lyme boys in our first game earlier tonight. Tomorrow night we'll be at Dodd Stadium for the baseball finals. East Lyme is in. Woodstock with a 1-run lead heading to the bottom of the 6th against Fitch in the other semifinal. East Lyme, your Division I winner. Woodstock was your Division II winner. Christian will have the free look for Stonington. Franco, the stout goalie, bends at the knees. Christian lets fly and sails it wide.
Franco was expecting a low shot. He really did a nice job being squared up.
You're gonna get a foul against East Lyme, it looks like, as Spatakis took the hit. Here comes Spatakis. Great defense from the Vikings.
You know, and that's a little difference in the styles of the two defenses. When Stonington has the ball below and behind the cage, they're being harassed at a higher rate. East Lyme, when they're behind the cage, Stonington's not harassing the feeder like that. We're seeing East Lyme's both girls come off the pipes and double the Stonington ball carrier almost at the end line, which was a lot of pressure.
Bella Chambers got popped for the Vikings, so it'll be a penalty, and the Vikings will take over as we're down into the 14-minute mark here. Good run made by Caitlin DiLoretto. There goes Pizzaglia. Nice look in front, and a point-blank save by Allard. Pizzaglia to Bruno, and what a save by Allard.
You know, that last sequence by East Lyme sort of illustrated what I was saying about the athleticism in the midfield and how it's generating 3-on-2s. You know, down there at the mouth of the cage, you know, Izzy Pizzaglia, draws 2, she dumps the ball off her left wing, and she gets her offensive teammate to get a shot 1-on-none at the pipe.
Franco clears it up for the Vikings. Stonington pressuring, not letting for the easy outlet.
Yeah! Go!
So it looked like a crease violation by Gianna Franco. I'm not sure if she stepped out of the cage, stepped out of the crease on the backside of the behind the GLE, and then stepped back in as she came back through the front of the goal mouth.
A beautiful save by Franco.
Good idea.
Stonington harassing Franco.
What's that? What happened last play then? I don't know. She was behind.
Now, if I'm a team scouting East Lyme today, that might be the first thing I've seen that I might implement, is I might look to pressure Franco a little bit, give her different looks, not let the outlet come easily. Not as a permanent strategy, but that's something that I might be able to say, all right, let's give her some different looks and not make it easy, make it uncomfortable for the transition from the goal.
A couple of years ago, I took our Coast Guard team down to play Salisbury. They've won the Division III title like 15, 20 times. All-time winningest program in the history of the game. All programs, D1, 2, or 3. I left there thinking, if they got their best 6 players on defense versus my best 6 on offense, I wasn't sure we were going to generate enough offense to be a threat. So I came out of there thinking the way David could slay Goliath would be in the ride. And we would have to be really commit to being a full pressure ride, because you'd have to commit to saying we're going to force maybe 2 turnovers a quarter and generate 1 odd player, odd man shot on Salisbury's goalie in order to steal a goal a quarter. It was the only way I thought we could beat them. So to me, East Lyme is so skilled, you're going to have to find some non-traditional spaces to grab a goal. By the way, you still have to stay in the game in the other spaces, which East Lyme's going to really pressure you up on. We get that. But you're going to have to find something non-traditional, some way to I guess, maybe be a splinter in their shoe, because you're not going to overwhelm them with as many quality players as they have until probably you get to the final 4 teams in the state.
There's Spathakis. She loses the ball. Venkatesh battles for it. While we were talking, another goal for Pizzaglia. Puts the Vikings up 15-4 with running time here in the second half. Christian. So a free look here for Christian on Franco. Christian. And a good job by Franco. Franco leaves the net, and immediately the transition for the Vikings begins.
So if Stonington wants to tighten up a space, they would have to shut off that 30-yard pass that was just made from Gianna Franco up to the 30 to her attacker, who's already all the way. She'd have to be marked 1-for-1 and make that, just a tight, uncomfortable pass.
Spathakis in front, cutter. Christian stoned by Franco. That was actually Gable that was stoned right there by Woodstock, up 7-5 as we head into the top of the 7th. Fitch with their final at bat in the ECC baseball semifinals. There goes Bruno in front. Pass made to Nagel. A shot and a goal. Danny Bruno. Everything going the Vikings' way, 16-4. 16-4. Clock running with 8.5 minutes remaining here in the ball game. Venkatesh. Quickly to Nagel. Quickly to Bruno. To the cutter. Benoit and the whistle. Benoit will have the free look on Allard. DiLoretto. Ball loose and picked off by Stonington. 7.5 minutes remaining.
Come on, Jay.
Whistle, and it looks like it will be Stonington ball. Referee working through it. So Stonington will have it as soon as the officials replay and restart.
Megan Harris starts with the ball, reroutes the ball back through the goalie.
I think you're going to start seeing some substitutions in the ballgame soon, I'm sure. Get some girls some playing time in the championship game.
Come on, let's fight! Come on, Shay, get one here.
7 minutes remaining in the ballgame.
Go, Lil, what the heck?
Great defense from the Vikings. Coming out of the pack, Benoit running the middle of the field.
And I guess that's where my interpretation of the rules of girls lacrosse, I must be missing something, because Autumn Christian went to the goal and she got knocked to the ground in girls lacrosse and there's no call. So I'm just missing something, and I know I am. And I know I am, the fine points of playing quality defense. But to me, girl goes to goal, girl gets knocked down. That girl didn't trip. So I always find that a little odd. And by the way, the variance in refereeing sometimes also is a swing. Like sometimes I get in our games at Coast Guard and I'm like, oh my gosh, they're letting us play. This is gonna be guys gonna be flying everywhere on the field. So these girls are playing really hard. And and this is physical defense. There are girls getting knocked over everywhere.
In front, good pass from Spathakis, intercepted by Pizzaglia, and here comes East Lyme in transition. Sester, Pizzaglia.
So that right there is a little mini 3v2 until Stonington can catch up.
Mayorga stays with the Bears. 5 minutes remaining in the championship. There goes Terranova. Gianna Terranova heads to goal. Back to Spathakis. Spathakis turns and a save by Franco.
Tremendous job. by Gianna Franco, just holding the pipe, really giving Spithakis no other space to shoot. Also been interference called on the far side.
Collision on the field between Christian and Lawler. As they got tangled up.
That was a trip!
Stonington with possession as we're down to 3 minutes and a half remaining here in the ballgame. Spithakis and Logol continue to try to get to goal for Stonington, but East Lyme's defense has been, I mean, it's hard to believe that Stonington's only scored 4 goals in this game. This is a Stonington team that has scored 12, 14, 14, 10, 11, 15, 12, 15. I mean, the lowest goal total of their year was the 9 they scored in the previous meeting against East Lyme.
East Lyme does a great job of getting back on D. They're underneath you. They're not chasing you. They step in. The adjacent defender helps on all the dodges, so there's never really a one-on-one. It becomes a 2-on-1 for the D. And Stonington is not moving the ball quick enough to the next cutter. So, I mean, and I'm not, I don't have all the strategy to this side of the sport.
Way to work hard,
but
guys.
Clearly the spaces are crowded by East Lyme on all the dodges, and it's credit to them. They're there.
2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining here in the ballgame.
You're in the middle. There you go, Lil. Oh my God.
Pizzaglia gets knocked to the ground. It'll be penalty, and East Lyme will. So Pizzaglia will have a free look.
Looks like Coach Snyder is gonna have the next group of ladies jump in the game.
Yep, there goes Eliza Derry and Lily Brush and Angela Saporito and Madison Beaumont and Shay Kaloy. Callan Keefe, all checking into the ball game or on the sidelines, ready to check into the ball game.
Push it. Oh.
Minute and a half remaining. Minute remaining here in the ballgame.
Go in. Attack it. Let's go.
1 minute.
So it's always double right now.
45 seconds remaining. Another great effort from Franco.
Back time. Good call.
And find one put in at the end here by
That's going to be the final, Casey.
16-5 will be your final score. Congratulations to the East Lyme Vikings and head coach Phil Schneider. You are the 2023 ECC Girls Lacrosse Champions. A huge effort from Izzy Pizzaglia, as well as a great job in goal by Gianna Franco. The Vikings will move on into state play as the #1 seed in Class M, looking for a state championship on top of the ECC championship. We will have interviews with the coach and the players. You can find them on our social media at Game Day CT afterwards. And of course, tomorrow we'll be at 6 o'clock at Dodd Stadium for the final between East Lyme and either Woodstock or Fitch. Woodstock had a 2-run lead going into the last inning last time we checked. For the coach, Ray Lafort, I want to thank you as always for coming in and providing all this lacrosse insight. It's been a pleasure. Another great night for East Lyme and Stonington, the Stonington boys and the East Lyme girls, champions of the ECC. Let's do it again next year.
I'm not moving. Love it.
So for Peter Wappy and the crew and the coach Ray Lafort, I am Casey O'Neill. Good night, everybody.
Started with Lacrosse in southeastern Connecticut with a 6-seed. He loved this sport and wanted to grow the game in all of our towns for boys and girls. Jim would have been thrilled by the skill, competitiveness, and sportsmanship displayed by both teams tonight. The award keeps his name alive as we honor tonight's most outstanding player. The James J. Courtney Award winner as most outstanding player in the ECC Girls Championship game is East Lyme goalie number 25. And now, ECC Lacrosse Chairperson and National Athletic Director Tim Milwick will present the tournament plaque to your Eastern Connecticut Conference 2023 Girls Lacrosse Tournament Champions, the head coach Phil Schneider and the East Lyme Vikings.